Is that any better? Be 2 minutes. Just got to get.
Yeah, no,
Geoff's got some sound problems, so. Hello?
Morning, welcome to live coverage of the TWI from Shrigley Hall. I'm Geoff Hall, and we are about to watch a match between Radu Ciortan and Ian Davidson. Radu qualified for the Tour Winners Invitational. He's won the RAC and the Midlands, amongst with other victories that he had abroad. So Radu had a very successful year last year. Ian won the UK Open, and so they both qualified to play in this prestigious event. So Ian is blue, and he is playing, his home board is here. He's just rolled a double 5, so he's going to make the 3 and 1 points. And Radu obviously is playing white with his home board at the top right-hand corner. Okay, Radu comes in with a 5 and slots a 6, anchors up, which is the safe thing to do. Don't know a lot about Ian, but obviously he's had some good success. If he's won the UK Open, he's obviously a worthy opponent, as they all are at this weekend's tournament. Okay, 3-1 just slots the 4 point. Okay, so Radu's got a nice position with the anchor made now. 6-1, the back checkers can only split to 23, or he can just play that up to the 7. Doesn't want to get trapped in on the back there. So it elects to split. It does duplicate a lot of 2s that hit, like 2-1 and 3-2. So it's not a bad tactic to slot a checker in front there, especially with the return shots and a 3-point board. And that looks like probably the best number that Ian could roll there, which is double 2. So a big advantage now to Ian. Radu needs to do something good here. Unfortunately, he's got to leave that 5 point, and I think that's correct double there. Question is whether this is a take. There's 11 checkers in the zone. There's a lot of ammunition there. There's a direct hit with the 2, so I believe Radu's correct to pass that. So we got 1-0 to Ian. Match is up to 13. So they've got a chance to get a lot of games under their belt before it gets to the final stages with a match length of this long. Okay, on to game number 2. And 4-3, so down and slot. There are various ways to play 4-3 depending on the score, and this is definitely one of them. 3-1, nice reply. So Ian would really like to anchor up to get a bit of safety on those blue checkers now that they're split, but he rolls nicely to make the bar. And 4-2 is the reason why it's nice to slot before you get hit with Ian having the stronger board. And it's always annoying when you dance on a 2-point board, but we've all done it, I'm sure. Okay, Ian improves to 3-point board, and Radu really needs to come in. Okay, that's quite aggressive hitting again. I would certainly make the 3-point. He could be overcooking it here because it does give you a good opportunity to make 4. But I'd be inclined to come down to the 8-point, but that could be right. It's hard to cover both points, and that's an awful roll again by Radu. And with 1s and 3s to cover, 4s cover the 1 point, so he's going to be faced with a 4-point board with any 1, 3 or 4. The only thing that Radu has in his favour is that Ian's back checkers are glued on the 24 points at the moment, and he's made the bar point. But I would let this one go as well. But Radu's doing the right thing. He's thinking about all the options. it is difficult for Ian to cover both of those blocks unless he rolls a 3. And then, of course, he's got 2 open points. But Radu, in my opinion, correctly passes this one. And so now it's 2-0 to Ian. Sometimes you have to consider in those situations whether you are too good as well. You know, Radu's got 2 on the bar. And sometimes it's worth playing on. But I think it was a correct decision to double and take there rather than too good. But Ian could have taken a roll there. Okay, I will apologise in advance. I'm commentating from the lovely UK countryside here, but sometimes the internet can just suddenly kick out for a few seconds, which is, I think, just happens. So if that does happen, then hopefully I'll be notified and I'll be aware of it. But at the moment, I'm back on the board again now. So the opening of the 3rd game, with Ian leading 2-0, 5-1. Okay. They're playing fairly quickly here. I'm not sure. Looking at the clock, they both use less than a minute and they're on their 3rd game. So both of these players they don't hang about. I don't see it being critical at the end of the match at this current point that they're going to be running shorter time. I think Radu's got a reputation of playing fairly quickly, and he's definitely doing that. And Ian's keeping up with him. Okay, back to the match. 5-1. Okay, both got the 5 points. Both got 1 checker to escape. Okay, and now a 4-point prime for Ian. So Radu is going to try and step up at some point. That was too good a roll to miss out on making a 4-point. It's 6-1. We've already made the bar point. So the question is, do you run out with the 6 and play the 1, or do you just play from inside? Okay. There are a lot of checkers bearing down if you come out to the bar. Okay, that's a good roll. That allows Radu to escape that. And if he's not hit, I don't see why he would need to hit on the 1 point there. I think just coming out, if you miss with a 4, then you've got to start thinking about what the race is, which I will do if they give me time to count the pips. Having said that, that's a joker roll. That's double 4. And that will just make the 4 point. And all of a sudden, instant 6-point prime with your opponent on the bar. Wow. Okay, 3 and 6, I think, may have slotted the. It's really difficult. You're in a desperate position either way. I'm not sure if this is too good. I mean, you have got that 1 checker to get out, but you've got 4s and 2s that hit. I would have taken a roll here. And yeah, there are some not very nice rolls like 5-4 that could get you in trouble. Actually, 5-4 isn't bad. That makes the 3-point. I would certainly consider taking a roll here. In Radu's position, I would let this go again. And again, I like the fact Radu plays at lightning speed with his checker plays throughout the game. And then he's doing the right thing now. As soon as the cube comes, you know, I think everybody's initial reaction with facing a 6 prime is to pass. But Radu is considering the options. You know, what if I block my opponent's last checker in and force him to crunch? And so it's always good to spend a bit of time doing that. But again, I think he's made the right decision in passing here. So we got 3-0. Oh, I beg your pardon. 2-1. Oh, I got all that wrong. It was it's too early in the morning for me, you see. So that was Radu collecting the point and Ian taking the time on the cube. And Radu could have possibly played on too good there. Okay, the fourth game, just single point games up to now. Nobody's taken any cubes. Ian, 4-1. Can make the bar point here. Considering the hit, I think making the bar point is superior to he's also got a checker he's looking at on his opponent's bar point, but I think making the bar point gives you some structure there. 6 and the 3 will just link up, making the anchor. So Ian would like to roll 6 off the bar as long as it's just one of them. And that's it. Now you can choose which checker to hit here. I would hit the one on the bar point. There are less return shots if you hit the other one, but 4s hit you and 6s make the bar. So it's not great for you. 5-2 does neither. So I might be inclined to come in on the 20-point and slot. There's nothing good you can do with the 5. You can hit on the 1, but you don't really need the tempo play here. So I think my play here would be coming on the 20 and play slot the 5-point. So you've slotted both points effectively. Hopefully you'll make one or both. Thing is, when you make the 2 straight away, then you limit yourself to just thinking, how do I play the 5? You've got to consider, what about if I make the 5? What can I do with the 2? So it's always a good exercise to look at playing the dice both way. Okay, so Radu's put the checker back now. He's going to. It's about the longest time he's spent playing the checker. Still coming in on the 23-point, 13-8. This looks a bit stacky with that block. Okay, Ian needs a 6. He rolls it, and he can continue and tidy up his block. A nice roll for Ian. Okay, so Radu now has got 2 points on the inner board. It's too early to decide whether there's any sort of back game potential. However, he probably will want to keep at least one, if not both of those points for as long as he can, just to cause Ian some problems. Looks like double 3. So it's nice to make the 5 and the 3 points, but it just leaves 4s, 5s and 6s to get hit back. So I think that's a little bit too big. You could come round and make the 10-point to give yourself some more structure. And that's what Ian's decided to do. It does leave a 5 for Radu. It looks like double 2. Of course, when you're holding the two anchors here, your timing is critical. That will make the 3-point. So I'm guessing that Radu's leaving his checker on the midpoint there. He doesn't mind if he gets hit, and it's sort of causing a nuisance for Ian because it makes it a little bit more difficult for him to clear that midpoint. 6-5 will do it though. I think his difficulty is clearing that 10-point, which is 6 away from Radu's 21-point anchor. And 5s aren't great. So Radu is going to cause some nuisance value here, having that double anchor in the home board. So how do you play 5-4? Well, you got to look at the 4. I mean, the 4 is pretty much 7-3 unless you want to break the 10-point. So if you look at playing the 4 first, you're playing 7-3, and then you're deciding which 5 you want, which is either 8-3 or 6-1. I mean, you can play from 10 to 1 and leave a 6. It's better structure for you, it gives you more flexibility. But you're staring at a 4-point board there. So it is Ian elected to play 6 to 1 with the 5. 6-3 is an even stronger board now. So it's getting quite critical. 4s again are going to be very awkward rolls for Ian. And that's going to be a shot because the 6 will come off the bar. And now you've got to decide, do you leave a 1 and 3 or 3 and 5? I guess I would come in to the 5-point, the lesser of two evils. So 1 or 3 for Radu. There's the 1. And a formidable home board there. Oh, that's a good response, though, coming straight out with a 1-6. So Radu will need a 3 now. Both rolling quite well. So Ian needs a 1-6 repeat. We got the 6. Okay, yeah, Radu's correctly doubling here. It's not too good. He needs a 5 to close that board up. It's close to getting too good. Again, if that bar point was made, then you could have had the luxury of trying to bring your checkers around. Ian still had 6 checkers outside his home board, so there were gammons available if you could close them out. But Radu picks up the 1 point and goes to a 3-1 lead. Ian starts with 5-4. Decides to split. At some point when you're behind with 5-4, you bring both checkers down. You take a more aggressive stance in the game. It gives you more builders in the zone. 3-1, it's a long match, but it's certainly a consideration even at this early in the match. Okay, nicely makes the 20 point. The 5 comes down. No other play really. Okay, 4-2. Yeah, Radu. Once your opponent makes that advanced anchor, you really want to be thinking about splitting your back checkers and bringing, making your own advanced anchor at some point. So Radu's got a choice. He could split to the bar here. He could even split to the 20 and play 6-4. And the other play that Radu considered was playing 13-9 and just doing a minor split from 24 to 22. I quite like running to the bar. That doesn't duplicate anything. It gives 4s, 3s, and 5s to hit. I guess Ian might be reluctant to leave his anchor, but that looks like 4-1. So he's going to hit with and keep his anchor. Yeah, very good roll. Double 3. So it's a good job Ian hit with and didn't leave his anchor because Radu would have made the 5 point. Okay, 5-3. No good 3 here. You either slot or you hit. Ian elects to hit. Radu needs a 3. Difficult to cube while Ian's owning that 20 point, despite the fact that he's got 3 checkers on. Again, this will be very depend a lot on the race, but it's a bit early at the moment. Okay, well, that can make a 2 point if you don't want to leave any shots, and it makes the bar point if you want to risk leaving a 1. I think personally I would make the 2, tidy up the checkers a little bit. Okay. Okay, seems natural. Okay, so the bar point's nice. Really want to attack this last block before it gets around. But there's still plenty of opportunity for him to get shots. Okay, 6-2. That's tricky for Ian. But with the two blocks I would run out with the 6 and just play 6-4 or 7-5. It's fine. You're not too worried about being hit. Radu's unlikely to hit you. Can't read that dice very well. I think it's 5-4. Okay, that looks like 5-4. That will make the 5 point. It does hit, but I think I would lock up the 5 point. You're sort of ready now to your home board starting to look a little bit more dangerous if you get a shot. Nice roll by Radu there, making the bar point. Nice landing spot. And 5-2 again. So I'm just looking 58, 100, 16 for white and 40, 66, 91, 91. I think it's 116 for blue, but they're playing a bit too quick. I can't quite hit count quick enough. But if Radu can clear that 16 point, then he should be looking at the race. It's unfortunately he's had to clear that 8 point because that was one of his landing points. Okay, 5-3 can complete a 5 point board. Radu's position is stretched now, so I would make the strong board. I wouldn't worry about not saving a 6. There's some bad rolls here that Radu can do, and 6-5 is one of them that's going to leave a shot. It's the wrong 3, unfortunately. But again, Radu's got the tricky point to clear now. It's like a 2-1, 2 or 3-1 rather. Okay. Something's going to go here. Okay, 4-1. I would rule out playing from inside the home board. I mean, you do leave yourself a 4 point board. The cube is in the center, so even if you run from the 20 point, that's leaving 7s, assuming you would play 3-2, 7s and 2s. If you run from the mid, you're leaving 4s. Running from the 20 point allows you to keep that contact between the midpoint and the 16. Now you'll lose that contact. However, it's less gammonish if you get hit because you've got the anchor. So Radu's considering this. I would certainly look at this race. He might be counting, pit counting. So he's got 32, 60, 72, 84, 80, 92, I think, for white, and 52, 60, 90, 94, 103 for blue. So if it was a straight race, this would be a double and a take. Now you've got to consider, does the contact favour me? And I would say it probably does slightly. So because you've got the fours that hit straight away. So I'd be inclined to double this. I know that Radu's got a 3-1 lead, so you have to take that into account. What are your bad rolls? Don't know if there's any shot leaving numbers this go, because you've got 4 on that 7 point. So 6-2 even plays. Double, yeah. And because Ian has broken his mid, then his next roll, I assume, will bring that mid down towards his home board, and then you're left with an open 20 point. Certainly a take as well. So I think that's the correct cube strategy there, double and take. Okay, 5. Oh, double 5. Okay, well that's one of the jokers that Radu would have liked. Okay, 6 comes in. So a big race lead now. Very difficult to pick up a shot on the 20 point. Much easier, obviously, the deeper the point you have. Certainly if you've got the 1 point, you're likely to get more shots. Well, the good news of having the 20 point is you lose less gammons, because it's easier to run off. And Ian's elected to run off now. Does leave a few hidden passes, but not many. Looks like 6-1. So double 6, double 5, and 6-2. So there's 4 shot leaving numbers next go. It's a nice roll because it puts 4 on the 6 point. 2-1. Okay. And oh, okay. No choice but to stay there. You're not going to get a shot this go though. 1-3. I think I would take 2 off here. I mean, you can pick and pass. Still, it leaves you with an awkward 3 on the higher point. And it slows down Radu's destruction of his home board. Yeah, 2 off is fine. Lock up the win. Ian's not even going to stay there, and I don't blame him. He's not going to get a shot. And he just wants to make sure that he doesn't lose a freaky gammon. So that will be 5-1 to Radu. So at 5-1, it's still what I would call the early part of the match, but Ian is going to be certainly looking at turning the cube a little bit more adventurously now, especially in gammonist positions. And Radu will be a little bit more reluctant to send a borderline cube over. So there are slight changes even at this early stage in the match. Radu's 8 away, so that's a nice score. He's an even number away. If he wins a gammon on a 4 cube, he wins the match, but that's a long way from happening. But those are considerations when you're 8 away. It's a nice number to be away. Okay, back to the match. 6-5 will run. Radu wants to get at least that back checker moving or splitting. No, decides to slot, which is a good response for 6-5 opening. I might have been tempted to move my back checker. Okay, see that gives Ian some freedom now to bring his back checkers down. But Radu is strengthening his home board as a result of not moving his back checkers. 5-4 is awkward. He's just going to play to the 8 and 7. Still no home board point apart from the 6 point for Ian. Another nice roll. Radu's busy working away on his home board. A lot of numbers that make points here, and that will make the 4 point. Or you can run. I think I'd make the 4 point here. You've got 2 checkers on the 24. Yeah. Now Radu is split. There is an urgency to split now. Ian's got some 9 numbers at least that will make, and that's one of the 9 that make the 5 point. In fact, that's even better because that makes the 3 point as well. So again, it's considerations of whether this is starting to. Ian's looking to see if this is too good. Decided with his checker back on the 24 point that things can still go wrong. He hasn't made the 6 prime yet, so he's doubling. Again, Radu will consider whether he can keep that checker blocked long enough for Ian's board to crunch. This looks like a pass to me. A lot of people say prime versus prime sort of situations that takes. Yeah, it is tricky because Radu has got that really good board structure. But with those 2 checkers behind a 5 prime, and Ian just having the 1, I would be inclined to pass. And what would seal it for me is the fact that I'm 5-1 ahead in the match. But good to see. This is looks to be the trademark of Radu. He spends time with his checkers, but then, or rather, he doesn't spend any time with his checkers. But then when it comes to the cube decisions, he really does give it some thought. And Radu is a regular BMAP player, so he's used to having his performance rated, and you know, this is. But we've all had nightmares of BMAPs, and they tend to be down to cube decisions at certain scores. So I think Radu's got into that habit of, which is a really good habit to get into, it, just taking your time when you've got a cube decision. And that also goes for about giving the cube as well. You know, spending a bit of time deciding on whether you should give the cube rather than just rushing your play. Okay, great opening. Ian starts with 3-1, makes the 20 point. Radu splits his back checkers correctly. 5-3, that hits. So Radu's got 3 back checkers now. And again, as I say, Ian can be a bit more adventurous with the cube. That's a good response by Radu though, so that's going to hold off the cube or any chance of getting the cube at this stage. Might have been inclined to split to the 21 here while Radu's on the bar. Okay, that's another option. Okay, 6-2 doesn't do a lot. That will just come out to the bar. It looks like 5-2, which is okay. Didn't see all the options there, but Radu played it quickly, so he knew what he wanted to do, which is to slow Ian down from attacking or developing those 2 back checkers to come out. As I say, both very quick players here. Ian, there was a slight pause there. Ian was just assessing. I think he knows that he's got the advantage, so it's a question when to turn the cue. Okay, that makes the bar point. So 4 point prime, 3 on the 23 point. Unless Radu does something, I think I would be sending the cube over here. You're on the bar, but it doesn't matter. 4s are duplicated, come in and to hit that other checker. But this is a strong double. Radu hasn't accomplished a lot, but he's got enough with the 23 point anchor, he feels. So this is the first cube that's been taken. So we're playing for 2 points this time. As I said, the one if you call it advantage. The one thing that Radu has got, and that's about, is if ever he got into a position where he re-queued, he is using the full amount of his 4-queue because he's 8 points away. So that's a consideration, although it's looking highly unlikely that Radu's going to be turning the queue in the near future with 5 checkers behind a 4 prime. He really will need to anchor up, preferably with a second anchor. 4-2, that can either make the 4 point, but because you're attacking, I think just locking up, making the 3 point, and either playing 7-5 to give yourself more flexibility to make the 4 point. 7-5 is an option, gives you more builders for that 4 point, but it does break your structure. So, okay. A sigh of relief from Radu. He's managed to get the double anchor in the opponent's home board. You do need a lot of timing if you're going to stay on that 20, those 1 and 2 points. And the longer he stays on the bar, then the more timing he's going to get. So we could be seeing the first back game here. It's building up to that. Yeah, Radu's just going to play pure, as they say. In other words, he'll put the checkers exactly where he wants to put them. He doesn't care if he gets hit. So not a great roll by Ian. He doesn't do a lot. Okay, a 2 or a 3, you could extend. You could have advanced the anchor. Again, 6-3 doesn't do much. So we've definitely got a 1-2 back game because Radu's timing's pretty good here. Nice small number. And Ian would really like to fill that 4 point in because that's going to be that could cause real issues when you start bringing in these final checkers. Okay, it's actually decided to slot it, and it's worked. Okay, 1s, 2s, 4s, and even 3s needed. So I've still got some awkward points. The good thing with this one, it will slow down his rolls because any 6 now can't be played. But there are some tricky numbers to play next go. 6-5 will leave a shot. 6-4, 6-3. But if you break from the 8, then you're still keeping Radu's checkers on the 24 point blocked in by your bar point. So 4-2. Okay, Radu's still got timing. Obviously doesn't roll too big, and that's 3-1 is definitely not too big. Get into the crunchy bit now. 5s don't play. So this is the slowing down bit. And again, Radu doesn't mind too much because he's still got timing. Starting to run out a little bit now. Again, 6s don't play. This is what another disadvantage of having the 1 and 2 back game. The opponent can slow down his rolls and force you to speed up effectively. And 4-4 is one of those nightmare rolls. And now he'll destroy either his 6 or his 5 point. He's still got a 4 point board. Okay. And again, Ian's playing on, sorry, not playing on, Ian's aiming to get a gammon here. And he's got a nice high structure now on his checkers that are coming in. So it's looking quite encouraging. Brian, that looks like double three. So he's going to take one off. I think that's correct. There's enough gammon still without having to take more than one checker off there. So you don't have to be too aggressive, despite the fact that Radu's board's broken quite badly. Now you can either safety the 5. So it's a question of whether you've got enough checkers off to be favourite for the gammon. I'm not great at these sort of races, if you like, or calculations. I'm better at bearing off cube calculations for pit counts and that. So 6-4. So Radu's decided whether to leave the 24-point anchor and expose himself to being pointed on, or whether to bury a checker technically by playing into that. And okay, he's decided to leave the 9 shots. And I think Ian playing again. I'm not saying it was wrong, but Ian, with the 2-3 and the double 3, has reduced his gammon chances. In return for having a safer bearing or bear off. Okay, very unlikely to be a gammon now. And that's it. So the score will be 5-4. So a close match. While they're bearing off, I'm going to attempt to see, as long as I mute it, if I can go onto the YouTube and see if there's any comments. Yeah, Ian Gwynne. Yeah, I got that wrong initially. I hadn't had my morning coffee fully. Yeah, Radu was white and winning 2-0. Yeah. So first mistake. And Stefan. Hi, Stefan. Good morning. Stefan Paliwoda is hopefully watching. So I've got the chat up now. If anybody wants to make a comment, I think there's a delay between the play, but if anybody points out anything of interest or mistakes, which I'm sure I've made a lot of, or if anybody's running this on XG or checking positions, then please let me know. Richard Ferber, good morning, Richard. Nice to see you watching. And Simon Carter, another strong backgammon player. And good morning to Simon as well. So I'm going to keep an eye on the chat and hopefully keep an eye on the game as well, because there's things developing here. 3-point board for Radu is hitting loose. And with the stronger board and 1 back checker, this certainly looks correct to attack that block. Yeah, hi Stefan. I knew it was you. Stefan P, there aren't many of those in the UK. So he wants to get that last checker out. He really has got a very nice structure here. And so Radu's moving his back checkers at last to try and cause a little bit of a nuisance. Ian's looking, slight pause again. Yeah, he's looking to the cube. The race is 46. I can't do that quick. 4-3 makes the bar and hit. Oh, sorry, I'll get this the right way round. Would have been a good roll for blue, but then I would have just escaped my back checker with 4-3 anyway. So it's Radu's 4-3. That bar point check. No, it isn't. I beg your pardon. I think I would have run out there. But I don't know the race. I'm not quick enough to count at these lightning speeds that they're playing. This has got to... Okay. I'm not even sure that this is a take now. Again, I would hope they're going to let me. So it's 46, 67, 91, 107, 125, 133 for blue. I didn't get round to white, but the fact you've got two back checkers, it looked like a pass, even if the race was even. Okay, so we have an 8-point match. 5-5, 8 away, 8 away. Just the one cube being taken so far. And Simon's saying, depending on the race, I agree in that last round. But I think if the race had been equal, I would have passed just because of my position. But you're right, maybe if you were 15 pips up, it could have squeaked to take just purely on having some race equity. Okay, 4-1 makes the 4-point. They both made the 4 points, both got two checkers back, but Ian's checkers are split, which allows him a bit more flexibility, and he hits Radu's checker. Okay, 6. It's like 6-1. No, it is. Yeah, 6-1. I'm having trouble seeing the dice sometimes. That looks like 4-3. Yeah, that's a nice. Radu again facing more back checkers here in this game, but he has got a good front structure, and he's got that man pinned on the 24 point at the moment, which will be his objective to keep it there. 6-4 can make the 2. For 1-2 anything else. You don't really like playing your checkers behind the anchor, but when you're pointing on your opponent, it's not quite so bad. 3-2. Okay. Okay, that gives a lot of options now to cover that 8 point if it's not hit here with a 1-6 or 2-5. 6-5 is a poor roll. The problem is you feel like you want a slot, but you can't because it's just too dangerous. So you just had to bury a checker. So Radu, with 3 checkers back, is looking at the cube. Yeah, I think this is a good cube. 5s and 3s to cover. He's certainly behind in the race. I don't need to pip count that. But it's a scary cube. Ian's got some structure. He can move up with the 2. He's got a 3-point board, albeit not as strong as Radu. I'm pretty sure that it's a take, but it's a scary one. Let's have a look. 50, 30, 86, 100. Okay. I'd like to know what that was. These are always difficult. I mean, it looks like you're a long way ahead in the race, but you are stuck behind potentially a 5 prime. I may have been inclined to take that, but I certainly I've been known to make my blunders. Yeah. I would have had to check what the race was to make a definite decision. Okay, 6-3. 8 and split. Usual. Looks like a 5-3. Yeah, just makes a 3-point. Okay, lots of numbers to make, either the bar point or... But that's not one of them. Now, you can run round from the bar and make the 10 point and then make the 9 point. And yeah, Ian spotted that. We can make the bar. Seems to have a familiar twang, these games, where Radu is making more inner board points at the risk of keeping his men back. And Ian generally gets one out, and then it's a battle to get his last checker out. That's a tough one because that makes the 5 point as well. I would have certainly perhaps spent a little bit more time looking at that option, because that 5 point with Radu's 2 men back on the 24 would have been starting to nicely prime them in. You always have to consider what game you're playing here, and I guess Ian was caught between the two. In some ways, he's racing because he's trying to get that last man back, and in other ways, he's got a priming position. So 5-4 sort of did both, but I think I would have lent more towards making the 5 point. But then you can always make it this way as well. Wow. That's a tremendous roll, and Radu will need to do something good here. Simon asked if the matches are sent to BMAP. I don't know the answer to that. My gut feeling is no, but Julian may be able to quantify that a bit later on. So my answer is I'm not sure, but I think it's no. Yeah, he looks like 3-1. Yeah, when you're I mean, he's in such a desperate position. Sometimes you have to make these desperate sort of plays. So I think that's good. He's put pressure on, because if Ian doesn't hit that one on the 5 point, then he's still got to get that back checker out. I would have intended to cube there. Okay, so this is exactly what great play by Radu. I think he's held off the cube by that slot because it put a bit of doubt in Ian's mind, and now he's got some sort of game here. Yeah, we've got a prime versus prime. Although Ian has the complete prime. How do you play the 6-1? I think I would go to the edge with the 1. You can get pointed on, but it's a good one. You see, that way you don't see daylight if your opponent has to break the 11 point, which is probably what they're going to have to do. Okay, they could. Okay. Very interesting, these positions. I mean, if you point, and that's why you haven't got the daylight now, because you're not on that 21 point. 4-3. I think again I would step up with the 3. I mean, now it's looking a bit more dangerous because there's so many pointing numbers. But if you get pointed on, the opponent's not moving that back checker. If you just hit, which I think Radu is considering, then it's difficult to get out from behind that 5 prime without crunching your own board. You haven't got much flexibility. You haven't got any timing left. Okay, he's deciding to hit. Sort of, he'd like something like a 1-6. Okay, Ian's going to give this some thought. Does he cube? Okay, he's decided to cube, and it's good because if Ian dances, then unless Radu rolls 1-6-2-6 or 3-6, his board is going to crunch very, very soon. He's got no more timing left with his checkers. So this is I think the cube could have been sent earlier, but I certainly still feel that this is a good cube. And the question is whether this is a take. Ian has only got a 2-point board at the end of the day, but he's got a very good structure. So Radu gives it up, and I certainly don't blame him. It certainly looks scary. So 7 away, 7 away. Ian's my only recollection with Ian is he started to he seems to enjoy the switch gammon, which is a game that I've developed, which is available on Backgammon Hub, and I've played Ian a few matches on that. So we're quite good adversaries on this, and so it's nice to see Ian playing live on the on regular backgammon as well. So we've had some good battles on the switch gammon board as well. But anyway, back to regular backgammon. 4-2 makes the 4-point. Radu split his back men this time, so I'll get a slightly different game to what we have done the last couple of games. Both with their back checkers split. 5-2. It's nice to use your 2 to step up, but it's also nice to use your 2 to make the 11 points. So I think I would be coming down from 2 from the mid. Yeah, it does strip the mid, so I don't blame Ian for playing that. 6-5. You can run from the 22 or the 24 point. Elects to run from the 24, which I agree. Not particularly good roll. 5-1. Hits with the 5. Okay. And steps up. Got a stronger board, so that's certainly a good consideration to hit like that. Okay, needs a 4 or a 2 to hit back. Gets it. So we'll come in with the 3 and hit with the 4. Could anchor up. I think hitting's correct here with a better board, and you're behind. Okay. That will hit. Oh, and that's a bad time to dance. So I think Ian should have a look at this. 1s, 2s, 4s hit. So you can't cover your 20 point, but at least you can hit another checker, spring one out. I may have been tempted to cube last go, but it didn't quite work out. No, there's a little bit too much to do. You can make the 20 and hit still. Keep that attack going. It does break your 8 point, but you're breaking your 8 point anyway if you make the 20. I was just checking the options here. I think that's my play. Keep the pressure on. Any dance would be a disaster, but Radu's rolled well. He's rolled and hit twice. And so the tide is swinging back the other way now. Okay. Do you? Okay, decides to just anchor on the edge of the 4 prime. Leave 6s. I think that's 5-2. I'm having more difficulty reading the dice on that side of the board. Yeah, just plays in 13-6. So they're both behind the structure. I think I would just lock up the 9 point here and bring my back checker up. Yeah, now it can come out with a 6. That's good. Reasonably even game, except that Ian's got 3 checkers back. But he has got a slightly stronger home board and a slightly weaker prime. So fairly equal, even game here. Ian would like to spring out with a 6, I think. If that's 4-2, I think that would come down from the mid. You don't really want to lose that 9 point. This is an alternative to keep the mid. The mid's going to go soon anyway for either player. That puts 2 on the bar if it's double 1. I think it is. Okay, Radu gets 1 in. Ian's still got work to do. So so 6 comes out, yeah. And 3 can come down from the mid, okay, or it can make the remake the mid. A little bit more flexibility if you'd have played down to the 10 point, but probably not a big difference. Double 4 still can't make that 2 point. You just bring 2 into the 5. Yeah, that these 5s now, these some extra shots. Does give you a bit more flexibility, but okay, 1-3. Okay, so while Radu's holding that 4 point structure, 4 prime structure, he's got a reasonable enough to stave off the cube. But that's just broken it. This is the importance of keeping that 9 point, keeping those 6s blocked. So Ian's, no, he's rolling on. I think, again, there's some cube considerations there because of the fact you've got a stronger board, you're ahead in the race, and the scores are even, so there's no score to consider. So I think there was a definite cube consideration, as there is now again. Yeah, 1's hit, 6s link up. Ian electing to roll on. Double 4 is not, normally they're good rolls, but this is not the case this time. So 1, 2, can't even bring that 1 checker safe. It's actually a bad roll. I mean, you can make the 1 point. It's probably the best you can do. So at least you extend it to a 5 point board now. This is not the best either, because You want to spring that one of those back checkers out again and get a bit of outfield coverage. The problem is if you play the 4 out, you've got no 6 to play, or no safe 6. And if you play the 6 out, then you're leaving direct 6s. Well, it would look like 6-5 anyway. But the same principle applied. If you'd have linked up with the 5, then you've got no 6 to play. Okay, now Ian has decided to double. And Radu has taken. So at some point he's going to hope for a shot. You can't link those 2 checkers up, so there'll be 2 out, 2 indirect shots, which will add up to a fair amount of rolls. You can play inside, because that's only giving double 6, 6-4 and double 5 at the moment where they are. Now they're starting to come into danger territory. So there's 6 shots on that 1 checker, and then any 10, which is a further 3 shots. So 9 shots in total. Not that one. And now it should be a little bit easier to at least bring 1 into safety. 5-3 will do that. And the question is, do you play the 3 and then play 6-1? Or do you just come into the 5 point and leave the 6 shots with the 7? Okay, that's another way to play it. Hadn't considered that one. 5-4 looks like. Difficult to spring out. You do want to put pressure on that checker on the midpoint, but you've got a 5 point board. I think you've just got to play 8-3 and 6-2. Okay. Doesn't want to get hit here. Doesn't. So again, I don't know what the gammon calculations here are, but I would imagine that Radu is favourite to save the gammon here. And he's still spending some of his pips organising his home board, Radu is. I would be inclined to bring them in now. I'd bring them both in. I don't think I would do that. Maybe I'm being a little bit worried about the gammons, but I think that I'd want to just lock up the no gammons first. That's a nice roll anyway, so that's gonna help. And Ian doesn't take one off this time, so and forced to run. But he's too far behind in the race really to have any chance of winning that. So the score is going to be 5 away, 7 away in Ian's favour. And it's starting to get to these, what I call the end stages now, where the cube decisions will get quite difficult or quite tricky, because they will be score dependent now. And it will be Radu who will be looking at trying to turn the cube over at slightly more aggressively now. So 170 over 13 is 1363. I think it's about 37% match winning chances for Radu. at this score, and 63% for Ian, if I've done my numbers right. And they're having a break. So I will go and get myself a coffee and get myself a bit more alert. Please, any comments, anything you'd like me to either comment on or not comment on, please let me know. I've still got the comments up, and I'll see you all in a few minutes. Okay, it looks like we're back. Players are about to take their seats. Ready to start again. Stefan has said that some results have already come in. I'm not sure what they are. If anybody wants to update me on the chat, then I'm quite happy to comment or report on them. So here we go. 5 away, 7 away. We rolled a 4-3. Oh, sorry, the reply of 4-3. Missed one of the. I missed the open roll. Okay, 5-1 by the looks of it. So comes in, just plays down. Could have played to the 20, but elects to stay on that 24 point. Nice roll, double 2. That's one of them. So do you step up to the 22 point? Yeah. Come down to the 11. Seems reasonable. And that was just in time because that blocks the double 5s nicely. So I think making the 1 point will be part of that. Again, these players don't hang around with the checker plays, so it's difficult to think sometimes. That makes the 5 point. Ian could consider making a 3, but the 5 is a superior point. We're still leaving blocks anyway. You're still breaking your 8. So he's got a good structure now with the 3-point board. Again, it's sort of a pattern. I was just going to say with Radu's on that 24 point, but he's elected to split. That's going to make the 8 point, and then either come down to the 11 or 6-4 to give a bit more flexibility on your home board. Okay, both got relatively deep anchors. I think that just comes 13-8, nothing else. So who's going to have to leave their anchor first, or who's going to elect to? Mitchie calls the 22 point, the butterfly anchor. So Ian will be looking to leave that at some opportune moment. Radu's got a little bit more to do because he's on the 23 point, so his 6s don't play as well. Of course, double 5 plays very well for the 23 point. So that's the joker roll for Radu. So 5-5 needed back. Just the one though. I'm sure Radu will be looking at the cube here, giving Ian a decision to make. Well, it's taking a bit of time. Like so, 134 for blue. 47, 71, 96, 106 for white. So fairly big race deficit. And so Ian elects to pass. I think it's the right thing. Has got the 3 point though. People say that if you've got the 22 point, then there's a lot of takes. I mean, but anyway, we are now at 5 away, 6 away. One result that Stefan has posted is that Daryl Hart has beaten. Oh, 2 results. Daryl has beaten John, so that's Daryl Hart has beaten John Barnes, and Kat Bucur has beaten the local Worcester guy, Dave Saunders, or local to me at least. So Daryl and Kat are through to the next round. Commiserations to John and Dave. And we will go back to this match. So great structure for Radu already. He is on the bar, 4 point structure. yeah, it's certainly a consideration to look at the cube here. Ones are extremely valuable. I think this is a very good cube. It's taken. Okay. There's the one. And so, oh, that's a poor roll. So Ian now is stuck with 3 men behind a 4 prime. 4-1. Yeah, slot the back of the prime. Trying to extend it to a 5 prime if we can. 3's good, but the 5 isn't. So your options really are limited, to say the least. You can slot the 3, you can hit on the 1. Don't think you want to break the mid. So slotting the, oh, I'm sorry, is it 1, 3? That doesn't look right. Yeah, I'm sure I've read the dice right. Yeah, Radu's pointed out it is a 5, so he's decided to hit on the 1 rather than slot the 3. Okay, double 4. Again, playing very quick. I suppose those were 2 automatics. And then he'll just come into the 5 then in that case. Oh, he's hitting reasonable. Can make the advanced anchor. That's a nice roll for Ian. Gives him some breathing room now. So Radu's going to focus on getting his last 2 checkers round while he's got this 5-point prime. And they say normally once you slot the 1 point is to make it. And I think with a 6-1, you haven't got many options but to do that. Okay, that steps up and actually goes all the way. You do leave 6s. The argument is you haven't really got the timing to stay back on the 24 point. Oh, I may have come out. Again, Radu not too concerned about if he is hit. Okay. Ian staying put on that 21 point. Radu still with a checker to bring round. Double 6. Okay, so he's going to consider if he's too far behind to run. So it'll be, if he does play it that way, it'll be 56 and 17, 73, 92, 100, 410 if he ran all the way. Well, even if he doesn't run all the way, it's still 110. So, yeah, he's going to be a long way behind. 69, 81, 96. Well, actually, no. I think he's 8 pips behind after that. So it's actually closer than I thought. So we've got another good double and he'll be right back in this game. He's still got some racing equity here. Okay, so no more contact. So it's just a case of bringing in your checkers as efficiently as you can, trying to bring them in on those 4, 5, and 6 points. It tends to be the most efficient. Ian's already got 4 checkers on the 1 and 2 points, so he's already got some wastage. But still just needs a reasonable double to level this. Okay, Ian does need some checkers on that 4 point as well. So 4, yeah. That empty 4 point is not good. Unless you can fill it somehow. Okay, that's a better roll. Still doesn't come in on any 4, but you can come into the 5. Okay. Don't know whether the 3 point is where I would be aiming my checkers. Okay, 6-2. Now I would definitely, 6-4 was a must there. Okay, still some race equity here. Especially now, that is, and now it's the question, you know, this is where the cue gets really difficult now. So 2-1, so, 3-1 rather. So now Ian is going to look, he's got a pick count of 44 and 45, 48, 60. So actually, this is an easy pass. Wasn't even close after that double 6 followed by 3-1. Well, it was a real killer for Radu. So he finds himself now. You get it right. 3 away, 6 away. 3 away is not one of those scores I particularly like if I'm playing on a rated match, because quite difficult to come out with cube decisions because your gammons on a 2 cube aren't as effective. You don't want to give your opponent a chance to recube you. So it's quite a difficult score to handle in some cube situations. So we'll see what happens anyway. So your choice is to split and come down or just run out. Splitting and coming down is, I believe, correct, even with that extra builder on the 9 point. That will make the 4 point. Again, they've still got plenty of time on the clock. They're playing fast, so it's difficult to make the considerations about alternate plays. So double 4, that looks like I would make the 20, the 4, and come down to the 9. This is an alternative to attack. I'm not sure if I would have, at the score, I would have just been happy to have made that 20 point. If that's double 3, then that's another really good roll. I think I would just bring 2 down. You could double hit though, 4-1. Puts 2 on the bar, but I like this. Structure's very good. And nice return by Radu though. Double 1 needed something good, and that is something good. Okay, that just comes in. Yeah, I like that. Radu is going to be very aggressive here with his opponent at 3 away, because his opponent hasn't really got any recube value. He's practically just recubing when the match is, you know, when the game's over almost. And Ian has taken, well, the one he's going to make the bar. Is it 3-1? No, it isn't. It was 3-2. That was an awful roll. Really struggled to see the dice on that side of the board. Nice. Right, 5-3. We want to make, Ian wants to make the bar if he can. That's probably the best way to keep your checkers there. It's still active there. 3-2 again isn't great. Can bring 2 off the mid. And gives you ammo aimed at that bar point. Does give your opponent double 6, Goku. The alternative, I assume that he hasn't played anything now. No, he's played the 3-2. It's a bit too quick sometimes. I can't follow the speed of it. Okay, 5-1. If you want to leave the most flexibility, you would just come into the 4 point. That leaves a 6-1 and a 6-3 and a 2-5. These 6 shots. 6-3 is good anyway, because that Radu would use that to make the bar. So I think I would be inclined to come in. Okay, comes out to the bar. Okay, it does create some return shots here. I've got the stronger board, so Ian will be willing a 1. Doesn't get it. Now he's got a slight problem, although Radu's going to have trouble. I was going to say have trouble making that 1 point, but double 2 does it just nicely, does everything. Puts a second checker on the bar and allows you to split your backmen. So Ian's in a lot of trouble here. 3-2 is a great roll, gets both checkers in. Radu will be looking to attack with any 5, any 6. Rolls a 2-1, which is a poor roll. Anchors up, and I assume. Okay. 1 to play. Plays, yeah, it's 13 to 12. Keep that checker on the 10 point out of range of 6s. So Ian would, I ideally like to hit, but we'll set, and that does hit. It's a great roll. Wow, this could go either way now. And I'm beginning to see why these 2 players have won tournaments. If they certainly pull out the rolls when they need them sometimes. So they're both rolling well, but it's difficult to pick a winner here. So Radu's going to loose hit. Yeah, both got a 4 point board. Ian will need at least a 2, which he gets. I can't see the other. Oh, it's a 5. So, okay, seems right. Can't cover that blot on the 3. Well, I suppose, yes, you can. It's double 1, so looking at a few options. Does he want to leave it slotted? I mean, Ian has got a blot in his home board as well. Okay, that just makes the 1 point. So 3s to cover, 7s to hit. There's the 3, but the 1 is awkward. You could break the 4. Okay, Andy's looking at that. Probably the safest play. Yeah, it needs. Okay, it just comes into the 6 point. Now Radu can run it anything higher than a 4, and he's just going to have some outfield control now. If Ian rolls a 5 to come out, doesn't. His 6s are killed, so he just has a 4 to play. So definitely advantage to Radu here, even though he's got a weaker board. Yeah, he could have done with a bit more flexibility with those checkers, but you have to play the numbers as they are. He'd be looking to escape 1 or both checkers here. Again, Ian's rolling a lot of 6s which don't play. It's allowing Radu to extricate his back checkers now. Getting a bit of juddering now on the stream. I don't know if that's my internet connection or if anybody else is experiencing that. It is still playing, but it's just a little bit juddery for me. Okay, it looks like 4-3. Yeah, Radu's considering if he makes that 14 point, does it do him any favour? Does it do him any good rather making the 11 point? It is. I think it was the 10 point it would be. So does he just come round? Does he just play to the 8? And then if Ian runs out with a 5, okay, 5-1. Yeah, okay. Doesn't want to be coming out into that greeting. 5-2 doesn't do a lot. If he plays into the 6 and plays down to the 12 point, then he's leaving double 5, but double 5 is good roll anyway. I'm trying to think what else he's thinking here. Is he thinking of just making the 9 point? Yeah, I think I'd like that because it gives you some control over any escaping 5s. Gives you that back checker to bear on any pouncing. Okay, 4-2. Still a 4 point board for Ian, so you've still got to be careful. Okay, it's certainly a consideration. Radu really is starting to take advantage of the quick play for the first 3 quarters of this match, and he's definitely given this more thought. So if you make the 4 point, you leave yourself open to 6s. There is a safe play. You can just come into the 6 point. So now he's looking to see, I suppose he's looking to see the race. I still like blocking the 6s. So he's counting the race. So 16, 32, 47, 53, 56. So he's still got a comfortable race lead because there's 42 just on those blue checkers being on that point there, 46 rather. Okay, double 3-2. Fortunately, you either come out to the 18 and keep your 4 point board. It does leave some shots now, but okay, double hit by Radu. Like to make the 4 point, but I think you've got to close the 1 point, the 2 point first, and then focus on trying to make that 4 point. If indeed you need to, you can start bearing off. And okay, so Ian with 2 checkers to get round. If they were on the bar, then Radu would have about, or rather on a bar to the closed board, then Radu would have about 40% gammons. The fact that the 4 points open will reduce that slightly, but every time he misses and Radu takes checkers off, then that percentage raises. So now he's got 13 checkers to come off. really does need to come in soon. Looks like double one. So you could just go from 6 to 4. It leaves 3 checkers on the 5 point. You could take a checker off. I didn't have the 3rd checker on the 5 point. I think playing 6 to 4 would be my play. And Radu is definitely looking at that. He's looking at the shot leaving numbers 6-5, 6-4, double 6, double 5, double 4, 5-4. So there are a few there. Well, he's putting it back and he says, well, if I take that off, what does that leave? It leaves 6-2, double 6, double 5, double 4. So it still leaves a few. And of course, you've still got Ian on that 4 point. So he's looking to take checkers off instead. Okay, so this cuts out the double 6, double 5, double 4. And I think this could be the play. Leave 6-2. Next go only. So I quite like that. I think that or making the 4 point were the two candidates for me. Okay, 6-3. Okay, so has Ian come on in time? So an odd number of checkers for Radu, so that does give Ian an additional role to get his checkers round. So now he needs to maximise the crossovers or be as racing efficient as he can. And he has got potentially 4 rolls to his checkers in. And that isn't going to help. Yeah. Needs some high numbers. Again, another poor roll. So I think the 3 there, the 2 there. That leaves. He's going to need 6-4, 6-5, 6-3 type roll here. Right, 4-2. How do you play this? If you play it down, gives you double 3s. Can you get double 2s? If you go in, play the 4 in, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, I think that's the same. It gives you double 3s. You can't get double 2. And it didn't matter anyway. So Radu takes the lead. He's 2 away, Ian 3 away. So Radu now 60% favourite according to the match equity tables. And this time Ian will be looking at sending over a cube. So we really are now at the latter stages. They've both got plenty of time on the clock. Radu did spend a considerable amount of time in the last game, but he's still got 9 minutes left on his clock. So it just shows the speed that they played early on in this match. Okay, a nice double 4 there. 5-1, we'll split the back. And this really is, as Stefan has just said, this is exciting stuff. It is, this is anybody's match. 4-1, Kane makes the 5. That's strong advantage here. So I'd be looking at the cube here, and I think Ian's doing the same. Decides against it. That comes down and goes 6 to 5. Great flexibility. Can't course, with Radu making that 23 point, it does kill off a lot of gammon potential. But I would still be happy to send a cube over and let the opponent make the decision. Got a lot of numbers here: 6-2, 6-1, 3-3, 1-1, 2-2, 4-1, 4-2. There's so many numbers. And Radu didn't snatch the cube. So that's one of the numbers that makes the 4 point. I'd be very interested to know these cube decisions, because they can range wildly at different scores at this sort of 3 away, 2 away, 4 away, 2 away type situations. And that's a great role. So so much Ian had so much flexibility and he's made the most of it. And so he's a big favourite to win this game and take the match to Crawford. That makes, and there you go. There's the 6 prime. All Radu can do now is hope that he doesn't leave any more shots. It's a poor roll. It's going to sort of semi-kill 2 checkers. I think I would come out with the 4, because that, if you roll double 5 now, you're going to regret that. Double 3 is okay. I would keep, well, you don't have to keep one back, but there's no reason why not. Maybe just bring it out one spot. Yeah, put pressure, try and pick up another checker. And again, I would think I would keep, you haven't got a lot of time here, but do you want to play 6-1? Why not? 5-1 rather. Need something like 5-4 only to get a shot, but you're still causing a nuisance there. And with the gammon value being reduced, you know, there's that trap play like breaking the bar, but Ian is just aiming to get the checkers in and go 2 away, 1 away Crawford, which will be around about a 68% favourite. Julia has just mentioned in the chat that round 2 match will be featuring 2 of the intermediate players, and Ian Gwynne will be commentating. So I know Ian very well from Worcester, so I shall be listening in. Okay, so now with a completely ruined board, there is a shot, but Radu can't really contain Ian's check. The best he can do is hit and get round, because there are some gammon opportunities here if it all goes wrong. Okay, there is the hit. Hey, Ian, yeah. Okay, Ian didn't think long about that. I'm not saying it's wrong, but yeah, it's definitely increased his gammons now with that play. So Ian's looking for an 8 or a 10. And gets it the best way with a double 5. Well, I say the best way, he's going to leave a shot, but that's great for his racing equity. I know Radu has got to start getting a bit nervous about gammons. I would just I would just take the one off here. Don't really difficult. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the right play. Radu comes in, and unless Ian rolls at least one double, then we will be going to another game. At least one more game. Okay. And that will do it. So we got to 2 away, 1 away, Crawford. No cube in this game. Radu will be gammon go. And Ian will be gammon save. So what that means is, in case of the players listening who aren't aware of that, a gammon go means that you will be doing your utmost to get a gammon because it wins you the match, 2 points. Ian, on the other hand, who only needs 1 point, won't care at all about going for a gammon, and he will try and lock up his checkers, ideally create an advanced anchor so that he can't get gammons. You know, the gammon won't be on the table. So the worst he can do is go to a final game. So let's see if they adjust their checker play to take that into account. So 6-2, out and split, 6-3, that hits and splits. Okay, double 3 is nice. That will hit. And I think I would have bought 13 to 10. And again, I don't care about losing the gammons. I might have just bought another checker into the attack. Could be wrong. 5-2 doesn't anchor up anywhere. Doesn't hit. So it's actually not a very good roll. All right, it's better than double 6, but what do you do with 5-2? I think I would play it quietly. Yeah, 23. Okay, I probably would have played 13 to 8, but there's a tempo hit there. The last thing you want to be doing is playing with a bunch of checkers back when you're trying to do go and save. Okay, that's a good roll. That will make the 20-point anchor. Ian can take a deep breath now and see how the rest of the game unfolds. So Radu's going to leave that 6. He's going to sort of, a little bit of a tempter to say, look, hit me if you want. And he is going to get hit, but unfortunately not from the 20-point because of the 6-3. Okay, 5-4. Well, there's the quiet play, which is coming on the 4 and play 13 to 8. And then you can just run straight out. Or you can come in on the 5 and hit with the 4, which I think I like. I think I would have come in on the 20 and hit, but not sure. 5-2, I think I was down and hit loose. I mean, neither of them have made any points in board yet, so they don't have to worry too much about coming in. I think I'll just run to the bar here. 24 to 18. I mean, you could play to the 3, yeah. And we have our, I was going to say we have our first home board point. Yes. No urgency to get that back checker safe yet because Ian's got no real attack going on it. Even now, I wouldn't. I mean, there is an option to go 8-3 and hit with 6-4, but I wouldn't do that. I would be looking at, yeah, I don't. I mean, your gammon save, and that's more the gammon go play. I've just lost the board now because there's if Julia can hear me, there's a banner in front of my board. It's just gone off. So where are we? 5-1 for blue. So that's Ian. Yeah. Now he's tidying up a bit. #1. So again, I don't want. It almost feels like he has to play quick. I mean, that could be the right play. Okay. That makes a more advanced anchor. You could make the 20 and the 21. I think that's good. Yeah, the bar point's got a limited value here because it's your opponent's got the advanced anchor, so you're not really blocking your opponent in. That hits from the back. Could be quite a long game. Looking at the checkers, they're both. I mean, certainly for Ian, Ian's got a lot of checkers to move around, but he's going to just keep pummeling on that last checker if he can, keeping it at bay. Okay, so how do you play this? Well, 2 goes to the bar. And I think my initial thought is to replace the bar point, the midpoint, with the 14 point. So I think 13-7 twice is my first play. And then do I come out 2 from the 20, or do I just come out 1 from the 20 and then play 13-7 again? I think those are the 2 considerations I've got. So yeah, that's one of the 2 options. Leaves a returning 1 or 2 rather as well, and so gets hit back and lands on a 2-point board. That makes the bar point. Wow, lands again on a 2-point board. Looks like 3-2. So that back check is stuck, yeah. Nice 5-point. Return shots, of which neither of those will hit. Again, Ian is looking to, he doesn't want to be playing an open game. So the 2's not nice, but you either play 6-4 or you come up to the 22 point. If you don't want to put that back checker under threat. Yeah, I think I like that. Again, that back checker of Radu's is still stuck there. The 3-point crime is proving effective, keeping it stuck. So how do you play 3-1? It is. I don't know if you want to play that safe. I like the bar point. The question is, where's the 3? I think the slot's okay. Ian's going to need 2-4 or 2-3 to consider wanting to hit you. 6-1 probably just comes down to the 7 point. Okay, that's good. That's good because that's the gammon go play. Unfortunately, that's a really good return. So you haven't been paid for your. I think the 3 must cover rather than hit. Is that 1-3? That's probably worse than, almost as bad as dancing, and actually could be as bad as dancing, because the 3 is awful. That opens up three blocks now. Okay, and I assume that will just come round to the 7. Okay, Radu will need 6 numbers, all containing a 3, but not 4-3. You needed 5-3, 2-3, or 1-3. Five one doesn't get another checker. Oh, sorry, it does. I just didn't see that one there. So there are actually 4 blocks in the open. It's because of my having trouble seeing some of the checkers white on white. Okay. Now, Ian doesn't need a gammon, but having said that, if you win a gammon, you win the game anyway. So, there is an argument to say that I'll take the gammon because I still win the match, even if I win more points than I actually need. So again, you can't hit that checker on the 20 point. I mean, the safe play is to play out and 7-6, but there was another consideration to play to the 8 point and leave that checker back on the 21 point as a bit of a nuisance. So I'm not sure which was right, but we'll never know until we put it in on XG. So double 5, 1 played, 3 more to play. Yeah, Radu's keeping that front anchor ready to pounce on any checkers that are left in the outfield, which is going to probably happen now. Yeah, so that leaves 9s. And there it is. Wow. Okay, has got a blotting board. This is getting crucial now, because if Radu can close this 4 point, there are definitely gammons here. But there's a lot of ifs here at the moment. The 4 point's still left open. Okay. Ian needs to come in. He does. And yeah, that's good. I didn't see that there's 2 hits. Okay. So while Radu is busy trying to get his checkers back, Ian's plan is to escape that back checker with or without hitting that block, and get ready to bear off and win the match. So 2-1 is the wrong 3. Probably some flexibility. I would probably play 7-6, 8-7 as one of my numbers, but he's tidied up his blocks with 2 checkers though. Ian doesn't have to worry about being hit at the moment. 3 can hit, or 5-3 can make the 3 point, the 22 point. I think I'd be inclined to point on head. Yeah. And now Radu will need a 1. It's 6-5. So the question is, do you stop Radu anchoring on that 1 point and play 7-1? And I think it's tricky at the score because you don't need the gammon, but it really could be a nuisance and it's happened if Radu lands on that 24 point now. You've got your work cut out now to clear path. The 5 and 1 points are it's very weak double anchor, probably the weakest double anchor holding game. So that's the good news for Ian. But at the end of the day, there is still plenty of contact there. Unless Radu rolls a 4, though, he's going to be breaking from that 20 point and he'll be left with just a 1 point holding game. Still gives him around 70% match game winning chances, holding the 1 point. Okay. So is there a 4 there? Yes, there is. So Radu will keep that 20 point for a little bit longer now. Well, he really needed to bring another checker out, but he couldn't. So 5-2 is a nice roll. Don't want to roll that next time. Okay, so there are a couple of shot leaving numbers. 2s are bad because they're blocked. Okay. Okay, that's all the checkers in now. So it's a case of just bearing in safely. So 3 and either 4-3 or 3-2. I think 3-2 to give yourself a little bit more flexibility, but it plays 4-3. Okay. Radu is up to a 5 point board now. So this is getting close now. Another 1. So again, forced to play it and really get stacky position now. You don't want players checkers on the 2 point when your opponent's holding your 1 point, but you haven't really got much choice. Yeah, let's see another 1, but this time it's the perfect roll because it comes with another 1, which is ideal. So now it really has. That's really helped. 6. I think I would. Right, you can count the shots here. If you play 4-2, then you need. Okay, I just haven't got. All right. So 6-5, 6-4, 5-4, double 6 is a good roll. It really is looking a little bit desperate for Radu here, but there is still some chance. Any 2 will give you a shot. And now it will be any 1. In the meantime, you risk running out of time yourself and having to run out yourself now with a 6. So first you need to 1. Okay, well, Radu needs a 1 now, otherwise this is over. And that's it. Good match. Nice finish. Excellent. Congratulations to Ian. And I will see you again, Ian, on the Switch Gammon board at some point. But congratulations for now, and commiserations to Radu. Thank you.
Geoff, can you hear me?
Yes.
Right, just thank you ever so much for that. We'll be picking up at the round 2 at 2 o'clock. I believe Ian Gwynne will be coming on for the commentary then. But yeah, hopefully it's been an awesome match to watch and commentate on.
Yeah, no, I mean, I found it. I got a bit confused at the start, unfortunately, with the board, and I was struggling seeing the dice on the left-hand side of the board. It might be my screen resolution. I don't know, because I'm not looking at it on the big screen, as in because I'm commentating it's the reduced screen size. And of course, I got the players wrong, but. Yeah, once I got into it, I felt I don't know a lot about the players, and then I realised that Ian Davidson, I play him on Switch Gammon, which is he's been challenging me a lot. So it's someone I'm familiar with on that. So yeah, I hope I did okay anyway after my initial glitches. You know.
No, thank you ever so much. I believe you'll be back tomorrow afternoon for the final.
Yes, I've got Tim with me tomorrow, so hopefully that will be. Hopefully, it will be an enjoyable session with the two of us.
Yes, obviously we have no idea yet who might be there, as we've got 16 very strong players as potential candidates. But yeah, we will find out more as the weekend progresses. Thank you ever so much.
Thanks, Julian.
We will see you tomorrow. And to all the audience, we will be back at 2 o'clock.
Take care, Julian. Thank you.
Bye for now. Bye.
Hi everyone, it's the second round of the intermediates. We've got Phil Tutchings playing in blue, who's a Northampton player, I believe, and Steve Allott playing white. I'm Ian Gwynne from the Worcester Club. My first time commentating, so don't expect much. I will give it the best. I believe they both won their first match, so this is two who've won their first round, so you only need to win 2 out of 3 to get into the last 8, I believe. There's been some strong results, and best of luck to both. 13 points. Two who've won their first round. Listen to Geoff this morning doing the Radu and Ian Davidson match, which Ian won. Results. Great match, very close, great commentary. So I was listening in for a few tips. No Phil Tutchings, he comes to the Worcester Club sometimes. There we go, and we're away. 4-1 for Phil. Standard opening. Just messing about my computer here, trying to get the board as big as possible. A 4-1, it's a 5 point. Four, 3, I believe. The same problem as Geoff, seeing the dice. Three, 1, good hit on the 4 point. Oh. Step up and 6-5. Oh, 3-2. There you go. That was a 3-1. I'm going to make the 9 point. An 8-6. Ooh. Wasn't expecting that. That's a hit. On 14. There's a lot of players in the intermediates that play in Masters tournaments as well. Phil being one of them. People like Peter Hodgson, Michel de Havilland, Paul Moulton. Oh, it's got to be a hit, surely. Ooh. I prefer the hit in the outfield, but it's paid off. So down from the midpoint. Strong board here now for Phil. Recover the 4 and hit on the 3. Nothing to fear, so with no board on the other side. So I would have hit there. He gets to anchor up. Skip up to the bar point maybe, an 8-6. Nothing much else can do. Don't really know Steve. I know the name. I think we've probably seen him at the Worcester Intermediates tournament. Oh, that's an interesting play. Ooh. 2 down from the midpoint, I suppose. So there's no need to run yet. Five, 3. Make the 5 and into the 3. Not looking like cube for anybody yet. Nice. Now we could be seeing a cube next roll. Six to one. I think I'd be cubing there. Yeah. I think it's probably a take with the anchor. Maybe. Going to be close. But Phil certainly got the advantage. Good cube. Yeah, take. Might have been tempted to move off the 10 point there for some flexibility. 3-2. Cover the one. In from the 10 points, I think. Wait for Steve's board to break up a bit before running. You can keep his board for another roll. So now it's getting a bit closer. Whoever rolls bad first. Now I'd be tempted to run, I think. Yeah. Three, two. Ooh. Could also have hit loose from the 9 point. Yeah, minimize the shots. I think maybe 5-2, 6-4. Hi Matthew, seeing the comment, saying hello. We got 11 watching. Wow. I guess to cover the 4, I think bring 2 in, so it's or 5-2. I think 8-4. Oh, I'll probably moved up a bit from the back. I suppose there's less shots this way, just a double 6. Close, but no cigar. Oh, this is going to leave the board stripped. So Phil's going to get people to hit loose with anything when Steve has to break. Interesting. To force him to leave with all the blocks in the outfield. So still not safe. So maybe 6-1, 15-12, maybe. There's no need to leave that just back for the double 6. I think it'd have brought it round a bit, but 4-4. Oh, it's a hit. Got a hit. And then bring the other one out, I think, to the bar point. Great roll. Oh, no. Well, maybe, actually. So the race has been pretty close. My automatic instinct was to hit, but that's not always right. I know that for a fact. This is close. On the corner. Yeah, really close. Could be a good roll from white. We could be seeing a recube. There's only 1 and a 1 and 3 point. There might be some misses from blue. Yeah. Be tempting for a cube here. So maybe 1 or 2 rolls. Double 4. It lost his market now. So that's probably going to be 2-0 to Steve. Cube for the next roll, unless there's a miracle roll here. There's your miracle roll. So not lost his market. Back to advantage blue, I suppose. White's got 9, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. 9 plays 9, so no, white's still a favourite, I'd say. 5 roll, but could be 6 for blue. Oh, what am I about? 4 roll. Can't see what that is, but it's 2 off. This is a pure 3 roll for white. Ew, that's not nice. So it's just 1 off. Now, I think, very close to a cube. It's the blue to get off in 2 rolls. It's going to happen a fair percentage of the time. But anything with a 1 in it, it's even a 3 or a 4 with a low number. There we go. So it's a double drop. Wow, fun first game. A lot of swings. I think Steve did miss a recube at 1 point, I think. So he could have been picking up 4 points there. But he would have been pretty nervous after that double 6. I think before the double 4, I think maybe that was the one time where it could have been a double take. So 2-0, 11 away, 13 away. Still no reason to play much different to 0-0, I think, at this sort of score. Don't need to get too aggressive yet. So a better start than that. I think it's going to make the 10 point with the 1. And then either split from the back or slot on the 3 point and the 5 point. I think I'll probably split into a mini prime. I've got it pointed on. Anyone know where Steve Allott's from, or what club he's from? You can post in the chat, just so I know there's somebody there. Yeah, it got split into that, I think. Well, not the greatest roll. I think maybe the 1 point. Nothing too good otherwise. So it's hit loose on the 1, come down with a 6. But I think just point on the 1. Danced. That's a cube, I would say. I know. Oh, quite close might even be a drop. So it's hard so early in this game, so early in the game to drop. So I think it'll be very close. So it's I'd be inclined to take, I think, but not too sure. Learn quickly not to say definitely this or definitely that, because you proved wrong so much in this humbling game. Got a hit and down. Looking very strong for Phil here, unless fives hit back straight back quickly. Danced again. Great roll. So make the 5 point. I think move the 2 from the 18 and maybe come down with 1 to the 9 point to maximize your builders for making the inner points. Yeah, that's my move. This probably means it's wrong. Right, need to be hitting with any loose with anything here, unless we can make a point. Definitely hitting. I'd have left it there, I think. No, nothing to fear on the other side of the board. Into the 6 point, I think. Increase your builders. Looking very gammony here. Again, got to hit this one with anything and leave it there. Very nice. Double 2 to save. Phil should have plenty of time to make this. So down with a 6. Oh, I'd come down with a 6 and into the 6 point with a 3. Just to be able to make that 2 point quicker. Probably won't matter. Yeah, with the 5. Maybe 8 to 5. Or 7 to 4, either or. Right, again, got to hit this one with anything you can. Can't afford to make the point. Hit loose with the 5. And 9 to 7, yeah, just 9 to 7. Doesn't matter if you get hit back. You might even pick up the 3rd. Not that you're going to need to. There should be a gammon here unless something goes drastically wrong. 6 is forced. Maybe you do just clear that 2 point now. So there's you're taking one off. Oh, well, yeah, why not? Maybe that's why not, but it's all right. You might pick up another one again, which I think we want to be switching here. I'd have got maybe 4 to 2 twice and stepped up in the back, but that's fine. Just the 2. Awkward. So 6 to 4. I mean 4 to 2. I'm making hard work of this. I need to pick up that one on the 20 point. And got it. Is that double 1? So I'll now switch and pick up the third one. Recovered nicely. Still on for the gammon. We've got to get those two round. Yeah, nothing much else to do there. Well, pretty much forced. Just need some odd numbers now to get that back checker out. Or a pick and pass here. Pick and pass, I think. Awkward. So I'm probably just going to go 6-4 twice. No point in leaving the blot. Don't see the advantage of stripping a 2 point rather than 5-4. Even worse. Now you've got to clear the 5 point. 5-3, 5-4, 21-20. Oh, well, yeah. Didn't think of that. That's better. Looking ultra strong for a gammon again now. There's been some swings. Roll again. I think 5's on the checker. So if you're in America, they play that, but not in the UK. Oh, double hit. Nice and safe. As long as he doesn't roll a 5-1, 4-1, 6-1 on the next roll. Even, well, I was going to say even possible backgammons, but not so likely now. We're getting one checker straight in. Nice and safe. No checkers off, but no rush. Gammon is pretty secure. Barring some massive run of doubles, I think it is, I guess it's 90% gammons here. Looking like it's going to be 4-2 to Phil. I've never done commentary before, but I do teach a friend of my dad's who started playing at 80 years old, and he played a little bit when he was younger, and got him down from about a 30 PR to about a 10 PR. And it teaches you very quickly not to be too this is definitely right or that is definitely right, because it didn't take long before occasionally he was right and I was wrong. And barring things like opening moves and stuff, a lot is just down to what you feel is right at the time. And as we all know, anyone in the world can make big blunders. I certainly made plenty of them. But you know, you see the best players in the world make 300-400 errors very occasionally. So it's play a lot against Reese Hodges, who's part of the Worcester Club and a Grandmaster, and hardly ever makes a big error. But when he does, it's quite refreshing to know that anybody can. So we were just all trying to reduce the amount of big blunders we make. And the more you play, the more you study, then the more you reduce the big errors, and even the minimal ones, try and reduce them, and so you grind your PR down. And it's just down to experience and study. And most of us don't do enough study. I certainly hardly do any study. I look back through matches and maybe look at all the reds and all the cubes, but not enough. 5 point here is your standard. That's not standard. So, but I was obviously feeling it. But hit straight back. So 4-2 to Phil, who's 9 away, and Steve 11 away. Yeah, nothing great here. Keep the flexibility at the back, keep them all separate. No need to make the 23 point. Yeah, I think that's the move. No good 4, so maybe just hit in. Yeah. Well, maybe that wasn't a 5. Maybe it was 18-12 at the 5. No, I don't know. So I think that's fine. Six out from the 18 point, I think. Any one of the 3. So some duplication there with that one, 2s and 4s. Oh, it looked like 2-1 to me. It was double 2. Very nice. Appears to be seeing a cube here pretty quickly. Well, now, is it too good? Maybe. I think the 2 on the bar, you could have had another roll and you'd still have been fine. So I think that was quite possibly too good. But points on the board takes you to even number away, 10 away, which is better than an odd number away. If you're listening to Geoff earlier, so explaining that pretty well, where you're not wasting any part of your cube. Mitchie's always on about into even numbers away, and odd numbers are stupid scores. Very entertaining. For any of you who haven't seen Mitchie's channel on YouTube, he talks through all his matches, and really entertaining, good fun, and you learn a lot from it. If you're not a book reader like me, you can bring 2 down, more attacking, split them down. Depends what strategy you're trying to play. I think that's double 3s. Well, 5 points and 2 down from the mid. 5 point, so valuable. Or you could just make the bar point, but I think 5 point is stronger. More attacking for blitzing, for priming. Oh, yeah, it was certainly when I didn't see that, and I don't think, even after seeing it, I don't think it would be my move. Yeah, I think that's the move. 5-2. It could just run from the 21 point. White was further behind, maybe reconsidering a cube, but not with 2 back on the 24 point. I think that's a 5-4. Can see the 4 clearly. If it is a 5-4, then you can hit on the 1 point. You can split and down from the midpoint. Or you can split and hit. Now white cubing. That might be quite hard to take. We dropped insta drop, so there we go. 4-all. Tight match to start. Well matched players. I'm not sure. I think Phil maybe won the UK Open once a few years ago. Double one. Oh no, so is that just the opening row? Oh, 2-1. There you go. Splitting down. Four, 3, make 20 points. Great roll. It's a hit, but it'll leave you with 2 blots. But I think it's still the right thing to do. If in doubt, hitting is usually, if it's the option. When the dice are right over on that left side, I can't make it out at all. 5-1. There you go. I think I'm a few seconds ahead of the stream, so I've got it all on the split screen with, so I've only got like a quarter of the screen, so I can't see everything that well. Double 5, well, that makes you 3 and 1 point. Is your standard way to go about it. Just run, I think, no other option. There's 3, but where's your 5? Can either slot on a 5 point or bring another one down from the midpoint, which I think is probably better. That's in and hit. Double 4, usually a great roll. Be tempted to make the 4 point. Leave blocked in the outfield. Run 1 from the back. You've got to keep that anchor. Oh, yeah, that's a safer way of doing it. But you got no goalkeeper anymore and you're way behind in the race. So I'm not too sure about bringing that one up from the 24 point. Yeah, I think that's a good point to make. Well, yeah, you're ahead in the race, I think. Well, are you? Not sure. So it's I have to do a count because it's a strange looking board, but with the 4 back, I'd assume that you are behind in the race, but hardly any checkers in your home board. So Oh, 2, 4, 6, 36. I think 138 blue. And oh, it's close. I think even white might be ahead on pip count. So blue needs to play pretty safe. So maybe 13-8 and 15-14. 4-2. They come out with a 4, I think. Induce a bit of contact. And 6-4. Not like that. Make the 9 point. Bit of containment. Needs a few loose shots, but not sure about that. Yeah, just run with 1. No, you can't really hit. So 14-11, 3-2, maybe tidy it up a bit so you can hit on future rolls. Or yeah, or that way. Probably a bit better. Yeah, attempting to leave that one on the 21 point. Now blue can just skip past. I think maybe just 13-8. I'd like to make the 2 point, but maybe you could make the 2 point and go 13-12. You don't want to get hit really in this with white's board. 5-1. Yeah, again, very, very awkward to hit. Maybe to make the 2 point, you're going to get your chances probably at a later stage. You need to keep your anchor. So just bring him round and maybe 7-5. That's the 4 point. No, blue's in a stronger position to hit when white's forced to run. 6-4. Don't think white can run because it will then get hit with 1s, 3s, 6s, double 4s. Yeah, 6-1 maybe. No, so 6 is dead. So just 4-3, I think. Don't want to leave any blots. Clear the 8 points. Nice builder. What was that? 6-1. Just the one again. So Blues now got to be ahead in the race. Oh, so yeah, there's a safe play. Maybe 13-7 was. Who's going to break first? Another 6-1. That's not a good roll. Yeah, well, White's going to have to run at some point, so I suppose that is fine. White can stay again, make the 2 point. Wasted checkers on the 1 point, but still a 5 point board, and Blue is likely to leave a shot here. That is going to be double shot. So I suppose 13-7. The 2s and 8s. 6-2 for the killer. Not a cube though, I don't think. Well, if it is, it's definite take. It's got well, not definite. I don't like using the word, but you've got to take that, I think. Race-wise, Blues ahead. Not sure about how many pips. I'm not as quick at counting as Geoff. Yeah, I could see a pretty quick recube if things swing here. I think that was not a great cube. Oh, not easy. So I think you keep blocking the 6s, so maybe just 13-3. I'm not sure. Well, it's worked out nicely. And could we see a recube here? I think I'd be thinking strongly about it 4-all. Don't even need to do a pip count here. So it's Blues 2 rolls from there, 2-3 rolls from bearing off. Don't think White can break. I think I would be looking at a recube there. Yeah. See, and that's what you get from giving such a borderline cube in the first place, straight back on your face. I think I'd be dropping. Yeah, dropped. 6-4 Phil, so 7 away, 9 away. Still a tight match. So I know we've got, what have we got in the Inters? We've got Peter Hodgson, he won his first match. I'm not sure if Michelle did. 2 people I know well, as most of the backgammon community do. So Mr. and Mrs. Nice both won the nicest person in backgammon award. Peter, I think, about 3 times, and Michelle did last year. Very deserved. They make great honey. 3 point standard here. So as I said, I know Phil, but I know he's also got son Dan, who's a very strong player. He plays in the Midlands leagues and is always up in League 1 or 2. There's about 11 leagues. I think Phil's in maybe League 3 or 4. That's a hit. Oh, could be a cube. Well, maybe not 2 points ahead. I'd be tempted to cube there. Oh, so that's bar point, 9 points, and jump out. While he's on the bar. Oh, no, I don't like that. Could have had a nice little 4 prime there. No, I'm not a big fan of that. Which again doesn't mean that it is wrong. In with a 3, hit with a 4. Another hit. A bit of a hit in battle here. Still blue in a stronger position. That's in and hit. All need is for white to fan once, or maybe come in on the 1 point and blue's dominant position then. But we don't. Again, in and hit. Advanced anchor, I'd imagine. A 21 point. Always handy. But further down the line. Yeah. I think I made the advanced anchor. Not gonna be too worried about getting hit. 3. That's got a point on. Yeah, I think that's fine. Could also have slotted the 4 point. 2-1. Nothing much, then move from your 18 point, just move them along. Or you could 13-11. Want to be more aggressive. Not too keen on that. Oh, so you could hit on the 1 point, hit on the bar point. You definitely got to be hitting. Which one? I think maybe. Oh, it's 5-2. Sorry, I thought it was 5-1. Again, I can only see the 5. Can't see what's with it. 5-2. So safety you're blocked or double hit as it is. No, I think just come around the corner. Oh, it's 5-3. Right. Is it? There's definitely a 5 there. 5-4, double anchor. Double 3. Gotta be nice. 2 from the back. Oh, and then maybe just keep them going, keep them moving along. Only get hit by a 6, so I'm not going to want to break that anchor. Maybe just 11-6. Oh, yeah, not keen on that again. Just all those wasted checkers on the 3-point. Can't do anything with them. Not part of your attack. If you make the 4-point, not worry about your checker on the midpoint. Can't be cubing with that double anchor. Helps your timing if you do get hit. So your bar point was, well, no, bar point not really an option with that loose checker out there, so I think that's fine. That's pretty much forced. Yeah, you could hit loose from your 15-point. Oh, yeah, that reduces the return shots. So I think you need to come in with the 5 just to, otherwise you're going to have to break on the next roll. 2-1. So you can make 11 points. You can just go 11-8. Oh, it's 2-2, is it? Make the 1 point. Yeah, I suppose safe is probably best here. For 1, just make it 1 point if it is a 4-1. 4-2. Yeah, Phil's board crunching now. He wants to keep his double anchor, but he's going to have to sacrifice a point on his home board if he does. Steve's going to be switching towards that cube. I thought so. Oh, blue way behind in the race, but likely to get a shot or an indirect shot, but maybe far enough behind in the race. And he's 2 points ahead in the match. Not too sure. Normally when you got an anchor like that, you're taking, but with five men back, could be a drop. Any thoughts out there in the chat? He dropped it. 6-5. Oh, 6-3. No, okay, that's wrong, isn't it? 6-5, yeah. We turned the scoreboard the wrong way. 5-3. Yeah, points on. Oh, double 3. Same problem as with Geoff, just not seeing the dice on the left-hand side of the board very well. This could be a cube straight away. Yeah. I think you've got to take, haven't you? So this early, after one roll, 2 rolls. Yeah, I think that's right to take. Not pleasant, but the right thing to do. Just a 4 point. Steve needs nice 3-1 or 4-2 or 6-1 or double 6, 6-5, where you just run. No builders there to be hitting that point. 4-1, splitting down. Oh, 4-2, splitting down anyway. That's a shot. Without the 2 coming back, Phil will be feeling hopeful. Two down from the mid, 1 into the 3. Suppose. Nice. Make the 10 point. Still a lot of work for Phil to do, but ahead in the race. Slot the 2 point. Maybe the 4, maybe. Is it 4-1? Double 1. Very nice. Nice landing spot for the others. Shouldn't be too long before Phil's in a recubing position. I think that goalkeeper is important here to leave back, just to stop Phil being able to jump in easily. Yeah, straight up. Ooh, so can make the 3 point. Otherwise, he's gonna have to slot on the 4 point or the 3 point. So I think I just make the 3 point. At least then he's gonna have to break his anchor to come in. Yeah, I think I prefer making the 3 points, but I think that's also not too bad. Next best option. Two down from the mid. Too far behind to be running from the back. Well, how far behind? Let's say 26. $116 blue. I've got to make the point. I can make the point with a 5 and come down with a 4. I'll leave the indirect 8. Quite similar to another game where Steve had 3 men back, but actually the pip count wasn't far away with a 5 and come down with a 4. I'll leave the indirect 8. Bit too safe for my liking. They're too stacked. Similar to another game where Steve had 3 men back, but actually. Yeah, I like that switch. An interesting cube now. Yeah, so now it's an awkward. Oh, yeah, well, safe. Is that a 4-1? It's got a slot, I think. It's got to come down. It's going to be ugly. So 13-7 and 6-3. Which I think should have done previous roll and with a 5-4 the roll before that, maybe. Oof, close. Now it's getting awkward because the timing means it's going to have to run, otherwise, unless it just goes 7-1 and 6-3. But what do you do next roll? A point on the 1, no chance of getting hit back. No, that's legal play. Yeah. Could have just played safe, can run from the back, but you want to get rid of that goalkeeper. And now maybe cube. I think so. Yeah. Now they need to do a count. 60. $96 white. $92 blue. Only 1 pip in it. By my quick count, which again doesn't mean that count is right, but which means it's a take. A big take. With the possibility still of a fly shot. Going into the 4 points. Blue's got to be favourite just because they'll be bearing off so much sooner, in all likelihood. Oh, that's a nasty roll. Needed to get one move in there. Could have done with a decent 5 or 6. Well, in with 2. 6-3, 3-1. Well, all like that. So there's a bit more flexibility. Still some bad rolls potentially for Phil, but Steve's going to have to break. Is that 5-1? And nice, makes his 4 point again. So it doesn't want a 3, doesn't want a 6-3. That's nice. Still a big double, and Steve's right back in it. But Phil looking strong for going 10-5 up. Tough lead to come back from, but very doable. Probably be at around 20%, Steve, or something like that. I just make my percentages up, not like Geoff, who's got them all in his head or a little book out with him. Not that clever. Yeah, pretty guaranteed of 4 points here, barring some freak runner doubles. There's one. Commentator's curse. So Phil's now 4 rolls. So I need 3 more doubles pretty much. Yeah. Double, double, double. Oh, it's done. Oh, no, thanks, Steve. Double, double now. Oh, this would be an ugly. Oh my God, that is a killer. Phil his hand on his head. Absolute killer. It must have been well over 90%. A couple of points in that bear off, or before the bear off. So instead of 10-5, it's to Phil. It's now 9-6 to Steve. That is the pain of backgammon that we all know. We've all been on the receiving end of and the winning end of, which is why we play backgammon instead of chess. What other game could you play the world champion or one of the best in the world and beat them, or lose to a complete beginner? Excuse me. I don't think I'd win a point in tennis off Djokovic. I'll be able to face a pace bowler or get hit in a tackle by a 18-stone rugby player. Although I can say safely that has happened to me plenty of times in my youth. But 18 stone of a different variety, sort of overweight rather than muscle bound. So Phil's going to need to be aggressive on his cubes here. So that anchor's maybe save the cube there. He's got to anchor, otherwise he might be getting the cube. Phil's going to be a bit tilted. Just into the 7, I think. Nothing clever here. At some point, you're going to have to try and clear a 16 point. And I think Phil's got a bit of a tendency to play overly safe, I think, at times. There is no safe play there. So I think maybe now's the time to run from your 15 point. Can't clear your bar point. That's, yeah, again, just making it more difficult on future rolls. I suppose that is technically a safe play, but it's going to cause you more problems in the long run. And he would have got hit if he'd have run from his 15 point there. Same problem again here. Definitely no safe play here. So either hit with 2 blots. I think you just run from your 15 point and hope against the 4. You can't. You could hit some points on the 1, but leave two blots on your board, on your home board. I think I prefer to take my chances against a 4. No, that's wrong. A 6-4 would be, it's the 3 point, so that's a legal move, I think. But it hasn't been picked up. And if he would have come from his 15 point, was that with a double 2? No, 2-1. So if he'd come from his 15 points, he'd have been got away with it. Yeah, I think Steve wants to be cubing here, unless he thinks he's too good. I know he's 9-6 up, but 4 away. Maybe he's worth playing on. It's too good, so, but certainly good enough. Is that a 3-1? If it is a 3-1, I think it'd be 12-8. And leave the blot on the bar point. It'll give you the potential of making a 6 prime on the next roll with a 6. Even if he does jump out and hit you, there's the 2 blots in it. Yeah, I think I prefer that. There's the blots on Blue's home board anyway, so what if you get hit? Yeah, no options here. No, you're too good, surely. 2-1. I think I keep the 6s blocked. Maybe, and we've gone 7-5. Double 1. Suppose it's 16 to 14. Yeah, maybe that's more chances of getting a shot. You're likely to be hit anyway. Double 1. Switch. Down from the midpoint. Don't know why not down from the midpoint. No, but I think it's maybe not too good anymore. Maybe just cube and take the point, maybe. Two down. Or maybe just one down from the midpoint as it dupes the threes. If it comes in with a 3, or just run one. It's only a 1, 4, 3, 4 when you get hit. So you got not like that. Worked out nicely though. Now you're back to 2 good again. Be nice to pick up 2 points, get to 2 away. 2 down, or that dupes the 1s. I can't see the clock on the screen at all. Oh, actually, there it is. Yeah. So Phil's got plenty of time. He's on around 15 minutes. I'm not sure what's going on here. Whether I can't see. I can see a 4. Maybe it's double 4. Double 4. Yeah. Wow. You got a hit. At least on the 5. I suppose leaves more gammons, but certainly if he fans, then you're keeping him on the next roll. And I don't think you can play safe. You can't play safe. So that means hit loose on the 5, I think. Pretty sure. Other option is leaving a fly shot. It's high risk, but cube still hasn't been turned. So and cover the 1. Yes, I like that. Yeah. And now maybe Phil's too good. He had the 6 and the 1 for 2 on the bar, but maybe take the point. Get to even away. So 4 away, 6 away. Hopefully plenty of time on the clock. Steve's got 13 minutes. Phil's got 15 odd. A great match. I think both players play quite similarly. Have tendency to play on the safer side, where sometimes I think there's more risk reward available. I'm not sure with the cube, but there's maybe some cubes getting missed or think they're too good. I'm sure there Steve thought he was too good for a while, which he was in phases. Phil might have been too good when he did cube, but I think that 1 point is valuable to get to even away. I think just run 1 here. It's a shot. You know, field from the back. Or double shot. Why not? My instinct was the one in the outfield, but I think this might. We got there 4-3. So you can cover the 1 point, you can make the 4 point, you can make the 3 point, you can make the 20 point. Oh wow, it's lots of great options. I think that's a decent option. So 4-2. We can either go 11-7, 11-6. I mean 10-6, which is ultra safe. We'll bring another one down, which is fine. I think with the blocks in blue's home board, you're not overly worried about getting hit. You need some flexibility. Oh, hitting loose on the 2. Yeah, might be right. So that's a hit, and keep it moving. Certainly don't want to point on the 23 point. So again, 13-11 maybe. Don't need to go 10-8. I think that's just too thick. Maybe the anchor has some value now. Double 6. Yeah, not all that great in this situation. Normally, best roll you can get, but maybe 3 down to the bar point and jump out from the back to the 24 point. No point making the 2 point, I don't think. Yeah, I'm not keen on that. But again, that's just my opinion. I think a third one down and 24-18 is a better option. Yeah, and he's found it. Yeah, 2 down, I think. As he can do. 5-4 was a hit. Ouch. I'm getting close to a cube here for white, I think. I can only see the 3. And the dice is in the shadow somewhere. I've got the stream on another on a computer here, but it's behind, so it's no good for commentating. Right. So in with a 3, and I suppose I have to hit loose with a 5 on the 2 point. Don't know what's going on with the cube in this game. I think white should be cashing in here. And I think you have to drop that. Phil's taking it. 6-5, is it? I'd imagine that must have been drop. Because it's fair chances. There's a lot of gammons here, so Steve could win the match here and now. Must have been, what's going on there? Must have been cocked. Oh, it's a nice anchor anyway. That's kept filling the game. Like you just run here on the corner. Yeah, it's massively reduced gammons now. I think Phil probably wants to take a few more risks for his time in here. I'll make that one safe, yeah. It's only double fours that's going to get you in trouble here. So really just got to step down to the bar point, I think. Two, 2-4. Yeah. Well, Phil needs Steve to dance a few times here. And he could get back into the game. Keep the double anchor. Well, 5 is crucial. 8-7, I think. Yeah. Excuse me. What's that? Double 4? Oh, it's on the bar. Well, now Phil got some strong chances here. Needs 5 or a 6 to keep his flexibility. And from the back. And he's not going to be too many rolls away from recubing here. There's a 1, so maybe that'll stop that. And a 5. So, yeah. Be hitting with any 3 here. Out from the back. I'm not sure about anchoring. Let's see, a 2. Is it 4-2? 5-2. Yeah, I was putting into the sword. I think that's a good cube. Because hitting loose here would be fine with a block on the inner board. Oh, looks like it's a dropped. 100% sure about that. So it's 4 away, 4 away. Interesting to see that. If that was transcribed by anyone, or if anybody's got XG Mobile and puts that in and sticks it on the chat. If I was a bit more techno, I'd have taken a picture of it and put it into XG Mobile when we were waiting for the next game, but I'm too old. Reese Hodges would have remembered that position, put it into his phone, and told me if you're watching, Reese, let me know. Or anybody who's got a very strong opinion on it, whether they think that was a take or a drop. I think the drop was fine. I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all. It was a difficult one. Four away. 6-4 start. Standard. Three, 2. So splitting down. I think that's too safe. 4-2. Yeah, why not? Sort of racing. I think fill my cube a bit earlier in this game, maybe. You need to split your back checkers. Flexibility. You want to get an advanced anchor. Well, you could run from the back, yeah. If it pays off, then you can be looking at a cube pretty soon. It's unlucky. Step up to the 20. Well, I think just run out to the bar point. You don't want to be hitting loose on the 2 point. Can't really come down without leaving direct shots. The midpoint is stripped, so yeah, I think stepping out was probably better there. But again, make the anchor. Hit it well. Depends. Yeah, there's no board to worry about, so maybe that's right. I think probably is. Yeah, nice move. Nice return. Down, I think, make the 9 point. No point. 6-2 doesn't achieve much. While a 4 prime has some value. Yeah. I don't think hitting loose achieves much either there. I think the 4 prime is strong. Yeah, nice. Oh, choices. Bar point, anchor on the 20 point. Yeah, I'm not sure which is better. Yeah, on 6-4. This is a tight one. 2-1. Yeah, he'd like to make the 3 point, but then what do you do with a 1? Maybe just safety that blot, 11 to 8. If it is a 2-1, which I think it is. I think that's a 3-1, so maybe just make the 3 point. It's a 3-4. Another 3-4. The answer is white looking. Yeah, I'm out with a 6, I think. Well, there's 2 on the bar. Yeah, I like that. Out a good roll here. Could be a cube. Maybe too good even. I think if he's not cubing, is thinking it's too good. If he doesn't think he's too good, he should be cubing. And that's got to be a drop, I would imagine. Far too scary to take. And it's taken it. Wow. This could well be the match. So you've got a hit with the 2. And then down to the midpoint with the 6. Can't be scared to hit with. Phil's got no inner points other than the 6 point. You don't want him to make the anchor, because otherwise that evens the game up. I think this is where people makes that 4 point, then you got away with it. But you've got to hit that blot. Same again, 6 to 4, 7 to 6. It's massive, so if it doesn't hit you, if he's doing it this roll, why didn't he do it last roll, is what I'm asking. Now this is probably game, set and match. Make the point, and 8 to 7 for maximizing your builders. Nothing to fear there. Even if it comes in with a free double 3, then you're still not going to get hit. Again, got to hit this with anything you can. Got to hit loose. I don't have to, but I think it's the right thing to do. Hanging in there, but it's easy re-entry for Steve with any 5 or 6 to hit back. There we go, in with a 3, hit with a 6. You've got to be sniffing blood and go for the jugular. Yeah, it's 5 or 6 here, and it's looking pretty. There's the 5. Still going to need to get past that 4 prime. You're going to need a 1 or a 2. So you've got to run with 1 around the corner. Yeah. Thinking more about running than making the. Is that a double 1? Oh my word! Well, that'll be a massively risky hit here. I hate to say it, but I think you want to go 7-6 and wait for an opportunity, but maybe not. So maybe it's just desperation, and you got to do it. Yeah, well, that's looking pretty grim again. That's bringing 2 round the corner. I'm not even sure if we need to make the bar point. Could just go 7-2, just to avoid the freak 6-1. Two or a 3 to secure 6 prime. There's the 2, but you would like to use the 2 to step up to get past Phil's prime. Otherwise, your timing might end up with you crunching. Well, definitely out with 2. And then down from the midpoint and 9-3, I suppose. I think 9-3 might have been better for building some sort of board, but double 3. Well, this is now getting troublesome. And Phil's board, Steve's board is collapsing, crunching at a rate of knots. Nice little 4-2 or something from Phil here, or double 4, or double 3, double 2. And Steve's in trouble. He's not already considering a cube, surely. I don't think that would be right yet. Thinking about it, but good to think about it. You should always think before any roll, where am I? And he is throwing it. Wow. For me, it's an auto take. Massively ahead in the race. 2 back on the 24 point. I think that's an ambitious cube. It could work out with a nice roll, but I think it's brave. I think it's too much, though. I think it's probably a big error. And you have, I think that's a massive take. Wow. He's going for it. There's no gammons to worry about. This is for the match now. Suppose you've got to step up to give you the 6 to get past. I know you've got your blot on the 10 point, but you got plenty of, I think stepping up with a 1. So their heart rates must be going pretty damn flat out at the moment. And that is, well, you make the 4 point. And do you make the 3 point as well? Problem is if they come in with a 5, then you're in a bit of trouble. That's got no builders. What else do you do? You jump out from the back with the 5s. Have that double anchor at the back. No, I think this is probably right for the blitz. I'd be praying for a 5. Dances. Oh no, it's a. Oh, I thought that was a 1-6. 2-6. Oh, what a game! Oh, so options here. You could break the 6 point and hit on the 2. I think that is maybe too safe. Just the 3. So it's working out nicely. If he rolls a 4, wow. What a finishing game this is. Right, so yeah, why not? There is the outside chance of Phil crunching here as well. Not if he rolls numbers like that. I'm not sure about lifting that. They made his board, so I think probably a mistake to lift the 2 point. Well, there's no gammons to worry about, so I think hitting maybe would be right there. So you're in trouble. Well, need a decent 5 or 6. There's a 5. You're forced to run with a 5. Keep on going to reduce your shots. Less shots with a 2 than a 4. Closer to home. So Phil's desperate for a 2 now. I'd say Steve's back to favourite again. Double 2. Play that very quickly. It have possibly stepped up with one of the 2s, even 2 of them, just for the race and for getting home. I know there'll be more shots. The 5's forced. Yeah, and that would have got you home if you'd have stepped up. If you'd have stepped up on the last roll. Taking his time shaking these dice, Phil. Needs a 3. Was probably lost. Must be a big shake. And he's missed. So Steve, big favourite now again. And that helps. Can't see what that is. 6-4. As long as Phil didn't roll any 2s and there's no doubles from either person, then Phil wins. But that's unlikely. He's not going to waste any dice. Wow. Wow, that puts Phil favourite again. What a game of swings. What a match of swings. Been really fun to watch. Not sure about my commentary, but hope that hasn't spoiled it for anybody. And it's still in the balance. Still could go either way. Wow. Five checkers each. Steve's a better placed, but it was Phil's roll. Phil could be off in 2 rolls, but not definite by any means. Can't see what that is. There's a 4, which is bad. 4-1 must have been. So Phil back to favourite again now. Massive favourite. Just needs 4-1 or better, unless there's a double here, double 3 or better. No, it's barring some miracle of 2-1 or 3-1 and then a double from Steve, then Phil's won it. Congratulations, Phil. You're very unlucky to lose 4 points earlier, so did well to come back. Not sure about that that redouble in the last game, but congrats. Well played both. Really good fun. Doesn't get much closer than that. You can see he's still playing on the stream. A couple of rolls away from finishing. That's why we all love the match. All love the game. Best luck to both players in the next round. Well, Phil's already through tomorrow. Steve can still go through with his winning his last match. But I think we've had 2 great matches today. Radu against Ian was really exciting as well. I'm not sure who's on the next stream. I think is possibly Julian is commentating. I think it'll be the Masters at maybe 4 o'clock. I'm even sure Julian let us know about that. But yeah, excellent match to watch.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is the third round of the Tour Winners Invitational. And this is, let's say, it's the business round. So if you win this round, you get through to the final 8 tomorrow. And if you lose this round, then you go down to the consolation. So we've got two of what I would consider the top 4 seeds when I looked at the draw of Radu and Kat. So they were both native Romanian, but they've both been over here for quite a while and done very well on the backgammon scene. You go down. So the match is underway. And Radu starts with a 6-4, makes the 2 point. Is perfectly fine. Kat gets a 6-1, makes the bar. Radu gets 6-1, makes the bar himself. Kat rolls 6-2, so he has an option to split, but it's not quite clear if he should be splitting here. So Radu's made a deep point, so his primary threat is a blitzing threat if a blue check is to split, but it's a difficult position to win a priming game from. So I think I have a slight preference for bringing 2 down from the midpoint here, so 13-7, 13-11, and go towards a priming game which is in our favour. So usually both these players are very quick players. So if they stop to think, then it's an important decision. So Kat went for 2 down. And Radu sees the problem of the priming game, so he remakes his 8 point and splits. So double 3 is a brilliant shot, so it points on the blot. And then he can either move his back checkers, but I think he's on the right plan here of working on his own prime. So 4-3 is probably the best response, so it anchors on the 4 point in the middle of the prime. So now blue has to get his back checkers moving, but of course he gets a number that he can't move them with. So Radu has a think about cubing, so I think he's got the edge. But again, it's difficult for him to fill in the gaps in his prime. So 4-6, Kat is understandably getting his back checkers moving. So because he's rolled this big double, he's got a 4 point board to a 2 point board. So he's got to take the risk of splitting. So double 4 points on the blot, so that might well be decisive. So 4-2, again, Kat is refusing to be primed. So Radu has a 3 point board and he's got 13 checkers in the zone, so he might easily white blue out immediately. But on the other hand, he's starting with a 1 point disadvantage in home board points. So double 4 looks absolutely perfect. So he took his time about making that play, because in the last match he had problems jumping a 3 prime, but he's sensibly decided that problem might not reoccur. So Radu's happy to play on for a potential gammon here, because nothing can go wrong for the moment. So the double 6 was a little awkward, but I think his distribution is good enough to still play on. So here he's got to make some compromises to what's the safest play that won't get him hit, and what's the play that is most likely to make the 1 point and stop any future problems. So Kat brings 1 in. Radu again has a think whether he's still too good, and double 5 is good news and bad news. So he makes the 1 point, takes 2 checkers off, but has to leave a shot. So he's hit with a 5, and now the question is, can he double from the bar? So he decides he can't, so he comes in with a 4, finds a 3, so I'm sure he's in this strange position at the moment where he's not sure if he's good enough to double or too good. I would certainly be doubling this position, but really it's the sort of position where you have to give your opponent the problem rather than keep it for yourself. So double 2 is a misser, so now Radu is definitely good enough to double. And I think I would cash it here. There seem to be so few gammons. So double and pass, and Radu scores the first point. So all these first day matches are to 13 points. So each point you are ahead of your opponent at the start of the match is approximately 5% winning chances. So if you were a bookmaker at the moment, you'd have Radu as about 55-45 favourite, or 5-4 in bookmakers' terms. So Cat starts with a 3-2, so he splits with the 3. So this is the play I usually make, but they're quite close. So double 2 is brilliant, points on the blot, and rather than move up his back men, he works on his attack. Cat rolls a double 2, which is similarly good for him. So now both players have unstacked both their 6 points and the midpoint, so they're trying to fill in the gaps in the prime. And Radu gets a 3-1, fills in the 5 point. Cat gets a 6-1, fills in his 5 point. So game's very close. So double 1, this is a big choice. So he can sort out the problem with his back checkers by anchoring at the edge of the prime on the 22 point, which is what he's looking at now. Or he can try and improve his prime at the top of the board. So it's a 2. I actually like the anchoring play but best, but I'm not sure I'm right. So double 4 is a big roll, so his timing has largely gone in the priming game, but it's whenever you roll big doubles, it's an indication you can switch to a blitzing game. So 4-1, he can cover the 3 point. I think that's automatic, but he's also having a think about what he should do with his back checkers, whether he wants to anchor to stop the blitz or to come up and try and escape the prime. So Cat's already got a 4 point board, so that's what's holding Radu up in terms of thinking of doubling, and he's got a lot to do here. So he's got to get his back checkers moving. He wants to hit in the outfield, which he's done, and now he's thinking about switching and going to a blitz, but he's concentrating on getting his back checkers moving. So this play does a bit of everything. The only difficulty is if Cat enters lots of checkers immediately. So Radu, I think, is good enough to double, and so does he. So difficult decision whether to take for Cat. If there were just 2 blue checkers back, I would be taking. With 3 back, it wasn't too clear to me. So 6. So Cat's made an anchor. He's in the game for a very long time. So Radu's trying to orchestrate getting the back checkers moving and making a prime with his front checkers. So Radu, I was thinking he was going to stay on the 7 point and make the 9, but he seems to feel that's a bit too risky. Oh, so it's 3-4, right? So he's just trying to minimize shots while he's waiting for this escaping 5. Now he does make the 9 point. That's going to be a useful point because it's 6 away from the 3 point, which is the next one he wants to make. So Cat's still stuck on the bar, but Radu hasn't got his 5 to escape. So Cat's finally in. So he can jump out and try and cover the outfield or break the 9 point. So I think you should probably come out here with the 5. So it does leave quite a lot of shots, but the big danger for him is that Radu rolls this 5 and gets into the outfield. So he needs some presence in the outfield. So this play, by not moving the 3rd checker off his 2 point anchor, will win less games, but get gammoned less when white does make his escape. So 5-6. So we'd really like to have come out last time after this roll. So 5-1, we can come out, but we don't want to anymore. That there's no. We'll probably just get sent back from a double shot. So 6-2 is fine. So one thing in this position is that Radu's made the 9 point, which is quite a way. It's actually 7 pips away from the 2 point, and sometimes people call this the Cinderella point because it's probably one of the easiest points to clear. So 5-3, right? So that's the only hitting number, and Cat's now right back in this game. So he's still got a gap in his prime on the bar point. So as soon as Radu enters, he'll be immediately threatening to escape with a 5 or a 6. So I think it's a bit too early to redouble here. So we got double 1 to make the bar, or 6-1 or 6-2 to make the 2 point. But we've still got a lot of checkers to get out and round. And as I say, as soon as Radu enters, he's going to have a direct exit route with a 5 or a 6. And his 5 point board is going to deter from Cat attacking freely. So I have a good rule about assessing prime against prime positions, that the value of a prime is a function of its length and the number of checkers trapped behind it. So Radu's got a 4 prime with 2 checkers trapped behind it, and Cat has got a 4 prime with only 1 checker trapped behind it. So what that's indicating is that Cat doesn't have an overpowering advantage at the moment. So both of these players play very quickly in moving the checkers. So this gives them the freedom to think for quite a while on doubling decisions. So I think really his question is how many market losers are there for me? So if he, as I say, if he makes the bar or the 2 point and white doesn't enter, he's doing very well. Similarly, if he can get one of his back checkers out with a 5-3 or 5-4 or something and survive that, then I think the threat of escaping the last back checker and dominating the outfield will give him a double. But my feeling at the moment is that he's short of being there, and especially because he owns the cube. So when you own the cube, you've taken the double, you paid the price to see the game to the end, and that it's a much bigger sacrifice if you give your opponent control of the cube. So they've done exactly the opposite of what I thought. I thought it was no double easy take, and it has gone redouble and pass. So Cat takes the lead 2-1. So now he's effectively 1 point up in a 12-point match. So now he's switched to being 5-4 favourite. So Cat starts with a 4-2, makes the 4 point. Radu rolls 5-1. So he comes down from the midpoint and splits, which is correct against the potential priming structure. So 6-1 is not an ideal roll, so it's not right to make the bar and leave 6s and 7s to hit, but there's not really any other convenient play aside from this double hit. But it's not really what you wanted to do. That there's only 8 checkers in the zone, so the blitz is unlikely to succeed. So he's ended up losing his 8 point without much of a gain in return. So Cat's had a couple of extra checkers sent back, so he's way behind in the race. So that's why he's taking this liberty of slotting the 5 point and trying to make that, because he's not worried about losing race equality in the race or of losing his race lead. He's just saying that I'm behind in the race, so I can take advantage of this by playing very aggressively. So having made the 5 point, he starts to activate his back checker. So 6, 5. So yeah, you can get the last one safe. So that looks like a reasonable plan. I can't see, I suppose he can do some double hitting as well, but that's kind of playing into Blue's hands when he's got the stronger board. So now Radu's doing fine. He's got all his back checkers out, but he's still got to find a way to come home safely, and he's got no extra landing points to land on yet. So the 5 point is a big improvement. So Cat's now defending with a bar point holding game and a goalkeeper. So Radu again is has to find a play that's safe if there is one, but is hopefully going to try and spread out some builders to make a new point next time. So 6-1, you can't play from the midpoint because it's blocked. So he's got to leave a shot, so he chooses to hit and try and push Cat forward, which he's managed to do. So that sequence was actually quite good for Radu. So he's having a think here because now he's got a zone of no contact from the 1 point to the 3 point because he's pushed Blue forward. So most difficult rolls, he should be able to just play behind Blue's holding position. So the other thing to argue is whether you should double is what you have in the way of market losers. So it's important you're down to 4 checkers or less on the midpoint. So the idea is that what are good numbers for you, double 2, 3, 4, 5, will actually clear the midpoint and you'll have missed your market. So I suspect the computer is going to say this is a double, but I don't think it's terrible to wait here. I'm trying to see what's bad here. So usually numbers that will land on Blue's blot are potentially bad. So he is doubling and very easy take, I think. So Cat is following the right path of building up his own prime ready for a potential hit. So there's the double 5 that clears the midpoint safely. So you can see that would have been a market loser if he hadn't doubled already. So Radu's was playing safely, trying to ensure there were no numbers forced him to leave a shot. But this double six has helped a tremendous amount. He's got rid of the 8 point and started bearing off. So now the danger for Cat is that he's probably not going to get a shot for quite a while, and he has to concentrate on trying to save the gammon. So he's following the right plan. Usually when you're trying to save a gammon, you want to get checkers into the 6 point exactly. So anything beyond the 6 point, you're wasting pips. So Radu has 7 left, so Cat's now got a decision. Is it worth waiting for the shot or going for the race? So it's not a vast quantity of pips he's wasting, so it's 3-1, 4-1, 5-1, 6-1. So Radu's down to 6 checkers, so Cat's got to sprint, and double 5 is a really good sprinting roll. So that will be a single game they've agreed on. So now the lead swaps over again. So now Radu is 1-0 up in an 11-point match. That is almost exactly a 5% advantage. So 5-3 makes the 3 point. So the 3 point is not a high point like the 4 or the 5. It's not a natural priming point, but it's not very deep like the 1 or the 2 point. So it's somewhere between the two. So Radu rolled a 6-5 and escaped one of his back checkers. So he's only got 1 checker back, but Cat with his 5-3 and double 2, he's unstacked both of his heavy points, the 6 point and the mid point. So he's got a lot of points and a good position. So Radu doesn't like just moving that checker, but the difficulty is if he plays the roll at the top of the board, he's got to leave a direct shot. So Cat sensibly is thinking about doubling here. So he can hit with 2s and 4s, and if he doesn't hit, his position's certainly not too bad at all. I think I would probably wait here because the 5 point is still open at the top of the board. So even when you hit, that Radu can still escape via the 5 point. So 4-1-4 is hitting and 1 splits. So part of the splitting is to try and get the back checkers out, but it's also trying to get more indirect shots when there's a blot appears at the top of the board. So Radu came in with 2-3, so now he's gone back behind the prime, and Cat is thinking he has a race lead and a stronger board and a good prime and a second blot to shoot at. So he gets a pass, and it looks like they're taking a 5-minute break. The scores are tied at 3-3, so it's 0-0 in a 10-point match effectively. So they're off and running again. So I'm trying to sort my computer out so I can see what's actually going on. So we're still in the early stages of the game. So it looks like Radu's had a couple of checkers hit, so he's got 4 back. Doesn't seem to have achieved anything at the top of the board. So this double 5 for Cat is very powerful, and he's trying to figure out how to make the best of it. So I think one of his problems is he can only hit 1 checker, so 9 to 4 is his only hitting play. There are lots of shots for White here, chances to turn the game round. So he gets a single hit, but now Cat's missing his 8 point. So he's in a sort of panic mode, hitting anything just to protect himself for the moment. So 6-3 fans, so that's a welcome break for Cat. So let's see what he can do with this. 6-3 is hits again, but it's certainly not what he wanted. So Radu brings both in with a hit. So Cat again gets a hit. So this early fencing has resulted in really very little happening, aside from Cat has swapped his 8 point for his 3 point. So in terms of home board points, it's good, but it's very difficult for him to get his back checkers linked up with his front checkers when he's missing a point in the 3rd quadrant. So Radu's made sure of his defense. So they're both anchored on the 20 point. So what that means is there's not a lot going to happen in terms of excitement for the next few moves. Both players have really ensured that they don't lose very quickly. So it's going to take a lot of fencing before someone gets close to what could be a winning position. So now they've both made the opponent's bar point as well. So they've got a strange position with the 20 and the 18 point. And generally it's impossible to win quickly against this position, but it's not considered a brilliant defensive position because the 2 defensive anchors you hold are really too close together. So they cover the same territory in the outfield twice over, rather than maximizing your coverage of the entire board. So Cat's got a genuine decision here, and you can see he's made a move off the 18 point. So he's remade his 8 point, which is the point in the 3rd quadrant he needed, and he's had to pay the price of giving up one of his anchors. But certainly the 18 point wasn't essential to his game. The Radu seems to have rolled 3-4, so he can hit with this, but that's going to involve leaving lots of blots. So I think he's sensibly having a reflection on whether there's a safer play. So 16-13 and 6-2 looks like a play that evens his distribution and doesn't leave any shots. But the 2 point is a bit deep. But if your opponent's got the 20 point anchor, there's the only points in board you can make are behind the anchor. So that's what he's looking at, and that's what he's picked. Cat's deciding to save a couple of lots, so he's gone for making the 18 point, and I don't like that play. I think I would have made the 15 point. So 6-1 is a very awkward roll. So the problem is both he can't play from the midpoint because of his opponent's holding the bar point, and he can't play from his bar point because the opponent's holding the midpoint. So he's decided that giving up the 5 point was the lesser of the evils. And of course, his opponent promptly points on him there. So 4-1, 4-2 rather, he can come in and make the 2 points. So that goes a long way towards preventing immediate disaster. So Cat takes back the 8 point and makes a clever play duplicating 3s. So Radu's got his last back checker out, which was one of his goals. So again, we've gone back to this mutual holding game where it's very difficult for both of the players to actually win the game. So Cat's problem was that he had the 20 point and the 18 point anchor. So he's got lots of checkers tied up and lots of pips covering the same area twice. So he's looking up, giving up the 20 point and giving himself a bit more freedom in terms of pieces to move for the next few rolls. So you can see in this position that both of the players are getting perilously close to what we used to call TMP positions, where you hold too many points. So you end up with 7 points and no spare checkers to play, and you've just got one extra piece left. And when you finish up moving that one as far as it'll go, then you've got to give up a point whether you like it or not, and expose some blots. So Cat's achieved that position now, but he's made a strong board in the process. So when he's forced to give up an anchor and leave some shots, that he's going to have the strong board to protect him. So Cat having the strong board compels Radu to play safely. I think Cat's going to be counting the race here, and by my reckoning, there's not a lot in it. So 4-3, he's looking at getting off the back anchor, which is going to help him when the game converts to a race. And he shouldn't be too worried about leaving a shot. So it's very tempting in these positions to try and play safe and break your board and not leave any shots. But once you've built a strong board, the argument is that this is the time to take the risk. So if you get into a blot hitting contest, it's probably going to favor blue. So this looks a very, very good play by Radu. I think the alternative would be 15-8, so he gives up the 15 point and leaves a 3 shot, rather than gives up the 18 point and leaves a 2 shot. So 3-1 makes the 5. So now Radu is ready to hit. So Cat will be looking to save his blot, which he duly does. So he's looking at leaving that one out of the home board, so he has a safe 6 next time, but the 6s are not too difficult. There's only 6-2 is a potential shot lever. So 5-4 it is, right. So Radu had a spare on the 18 point, so I would instinctively think that 18-10 would be a good play, but that's blocked. So he's really got to count the race here. So he has an option to bring the 18 point forward to the 14 point, which makes the zone of contact a lot smaller and makes it easier for both players to get into the race. So that would be in his favor if he was ahead in the race, but in his opponent's favor if he was behind. So the alternative is to keep the 18 point and have a bigger zone of contact. But by keeping the backward anchor, it means that whenever the game results in a race, you've got more pips to go to move those back checkers round to your home board. So the races don't work out very well for you if you've got the backward anchor in these mutual holding positions. So without counting it, I would think that white is not too bad in the race. So I would expect 18-14 3 times and 7-3 to be the top play. But I'm certainly not going to swear to it without counting. So that's what he settled for. So he's still got points 3 and 4 away from Cat. So it's not by no means easy for Cat to clear the back point. So 5-4, he can clear one of the points, which he does. So that gives him more covers for the 3 point, but at the same time leaves him with less checkers tied up in the holding. So double 1, Cat doesn't seem to be thinking of moving his 15 point forward. So that seems to make me think that he's actually behind in the race, because if he was ahead in the race, he'd be itching to lose the contact. So he's found a compromise play where he's used half the roll to move up and half the roll to play into his home board. So at least now it makes it easier to see what's going on, because the 2 outfield points are opposing each other. So they've both got the opponent's 11 point. So the double 3 was blocked in the outfield, but it's still 12 pips. So it's a good number for what is most likely to be a race in the near future. So Radu is sensibly saving a 6, so he doesn't want to leave a blot. So 4-5 clears the back point. So Cat's the first one to start bringing his checkers home, but his home board checkers are less far advanced, so he's not doubling yet. And that wasn't clear to me. I'd be very tempted to play 3-2 to unstack that heavy point. So 9-6 and 3-2 would probably have been my play. So 6-5, he's got a spare one with 4 point, is good. So now we're getting close to be able to count this. So 45-59 plays 61, so 2 pips ahead. So now he's stopping to think. So 40-52 plays 30-51, 56. So he's 4 pips up. He has 12 left, and Radu has 12 left. Right, so it's close to a double. So 4 in 52. It's not the 8% that you need in theory. So it's certainly not a bad double, but I think it would probably be better to wait a turn. So 6-4 is good. That's a big roll. That's going to help. Double 4 is even better. 'Better. So double 5, that should win instantly. So Radu made a good take and followed it up with double 4, double 5. There was no defense against that. So now Radu has 6 checkers against 7, and his pip count is 20 to 28, I think. So that sounds like a 40% lead in the race. So I think this is a monster pass. So what is it? 6 checkers against 7. Yeah, so Cat can think as long as he likes about this, but he's going to have to pass it in the end. So they're playing on one of the Art Gammon boards, and Art Gammon is the sponsor of the tournament, and you can see for yourself they are very fine boards. The only problem is if you're commentating and you're looking for white checkers on white points, then they're not quite so easy to see. So Cat finally mentally adjusts to the fact that his cube didn't work out as he planned. So Radu takes a 2-point lead. So I said at the beginning with the match length of 13 that the points were worth about 5%. So now I think they've gone up a bit. So maybe in a 10-point match, that's Radu's 2-point lead is worth 11% extra match winning chances. So hit and split, 4 hits and 2 makes the 11 points. So it's always a good idea to make outfield points. To make any point is an advantage in backgammon. So it's always tempting to hit, makes you feel you're in control of the game, but the hits only last for one roll. You hit and your opponent comes in, and then when the smoke clears, you've got nothing. But making a point is there for the rest of the game until you decide to give it up. So Radu again does the same as Cat did last time and say that if he's behind in the race and got lots of checkers back, he doesn't mind having another one sent back as well. So Cat is happy to escape his last back checker and stop Radu making the 5-point. So Cat's got all his back checkers out. He's got to what Mark Olson called full freedom. But the trouble is, I always say with these positions, it's all very good running for home, but you need to have a home to run to. So the problem he had was he had no home board points to land on safely. So now he's made the 5-point is a big improvement, but Radu has improved his defense. So he's made a second anchor and the bar point stops him being primed. So this has worked out beautifully for him. So by having the bar point, he's blocked the checkers on the midpoint, so he's already got a shot. Unfortunately, he's missed it. So Cat's double 6 has, perhaps I'd say it's done more harm than good. So he's ended up with 3 checkers behind White's anchors. So that's going to make it very hard for him to come home safely. So this looks as though he's already got to leave a shot somewhere. So I wasn't sure about that play. I'd have been tempted to slot the 4-point and leave the block there. So with the idea that if I'm not hit, the 4-point is a valuable point to have. But if you're hit, it's pretty bad no matter where you've left the block. So 6-4, it can hit from the midpoint. So he's really just having a look to see if there's anything better. So he can just play the safe play here. So he'll have a look at this and see what he thinks of that position, if he can keep blue trapped, or whether blue, if he sneaks away, is he winning the game clearly? So 5-3 is not good for Cat, so his back checker is still trapped. So Radu can either prime or attack. So that looks like a good priming roll. So I think it's 3-3. so he can make the bar. So this is great unless cat rolls a 6 to escape next time. So he's going to have a look and see that there's nothing better, he's concluded. So now Radu can have a think about doubling. Well, that was rather quick. So yes, he's going to hit the blot at the edge of the prime with 5s and 7s, and he's got some other hits in the outfield. So 5-3 can do both. So he's chosen to put a second one behind the 5 prime. I'm sure is right. So 4-1, and he's hitting off the edge of the prime. So if he can win the fight for the 3-point, it's going to be a big advantage for him. So cat brings everyone in, and he's at the edge of the prime. So now Radu's under a bit of pressure to come in himself, and he's coming nicely, so he can come in with the 3 or the 4. So he sensibly remakes his anchor to stop any disasters in the short term. So 4-5 for cat is a terrible roll. So he wanted a 2 to anchor or a 6 to escape, and he got neither. So he has to expose another blot. So Radu happily sends a 3rd one behind the prime, and again hits off the edge. And at last cat fans. So Radu will now aim to make the 3-point. So I'm not quite sure what the 3 was about. So I would have been tempted to play another checker to the 7-point to aim for the front of the prime. That I didn't see a problem of us being primed ourselves. Now this is tempting, but it shouldn't be automatic, because what it does is it automatically advances blue's checkers to the edge of the prime. So if he can't remake the 7-point, blue has a direct exit. But on the other hand, it makes another point in board, so cat might get stuck on the bar for longer. So 6-5 is a good roll. Now he remakes the 7-point, and now he's almost certain to win. And really the question is whether he can get a gammon out of this position. So the normal reference position is with 3 checkers on the 1-point trapped behind a prime, that your small favourite to get off the gammon. But cat has an additional problem here, that I was going to say his board was breaking, but with this roll, Radu's had to let him out. So cat is now just waiting for a6 to get a checker out. Radu has to be a bit cautious at the moment because blue's board hasn't broken. It's still pretty serious if he gets hit against a 5-point board. So 5 is bad. You have to open up the 5-point, and I'm pretty sure it's right to take another one off. Yes, you can't leave another blot, can you? So he's concluded 1 blot is better than 2. So 4-2 hits, and he has a choice whether to pick up this blot and try and win slowly and avoid the gammons. So I think that's probably right. It will take him a long time to get round to bring a check around to cover the 5-point. So he's very pleased with his play when Radu hasn't hit. So this looks very strange, coming forward to the 20-point, that I suppose it's a good play for saving the gammon, but you can suffer this fate. Well, that's a weak roll. He wanted to get his last check at home, so cat's got 7s and 9s to hit. So double 4 is very big. So he should play 18 to 10. So this looks dubious to me. So I wasn't sure if you keep two checkers back on the 20 or you keep them on the 16, but defending with blots has dangers in it. So Cat's hit managed to, I think, has largely removed the gammon losses, but he's still pretty enormous underdog to win this game. This looks like a routine single win, so that'll put Cat leading 7-3. So that will be a 4-point lead in a 10-point match. So whenever one player has a lead of 4 points or more, you're getting to the sort of stage where if you're the trailing player, you need to be doubling very early. So catching up 4 points one at a time is, to do that, to win 4 consecutive games is a 1/16th chance. So you're pretty much obliged to saying you want to catch up in 2s or 4s rather than try and claw your way back 1 point at a time. So they've set up the score correctly, 7-3, and they're on a short break again. So the players have made their way back. So 6-1 to Cat, he makes the bar point. Now, as I was saying before the break, that Cat will be looking to double slightly earlier than normal. So 6-5, he escapes a checker. That's automatic. And 4-1, Radu correctly splits. So 6-1, the 6 is clear, the 1 is not advantageous to come up, but I think it's better to do that than pile a 6th checker on the 6 point. So 4-1, he can come in with either number. So 2-1 makes the 5 points, so Cat's developing a good prime of his own. So 2-1. He's come to the edge and pointed on him. So yes, he managed to get in a hit. So that stopped Cat doubling immediately. So now Cat's got a 5 prime. So Radu has to perform now, so he's anchored at the edge of the prime. So that's enough to be able to take a cube if it comes over. So having a high anchor, as Radu has got either the 4 or the 5 point, means that whether you take or pass is largely dependent on what the race is like. So if you have a take on the pip count in the race, then you will have a take on the pip count in this particular game. If anything, it's actually slightly better for white than a pure race, because by occupying the 4 point, he stops blue making that point and having a good bear off when he gets home. So that can't be too bad. He's left 3-4 was the only hitting number. So Cat comes in. So Radu can attack with 4s and 6s. But in the same sense, he doesn't want to get another checker pushed back behind this 5 prime. However, there doesn't seem to be any safe play, so I'm pretty sure he's right that he's got to hit, and hope that if he survives the shot, he might well be able to roll the 6s to get out. So Cat is sensibly thinking about this. So he can hit with all the 3s and 3-4, so there weren't many hits. So 6-5 looks to be absolutely useless. So I guess he can hit and leave 2 blots in board, but that's almost certainly going to get him doubled. He can play 2 checkers to the 1 point. That's not crazy. So what is right here? It does look terrible to put 2 checkers on the 1 point, but at least we don't leave any shots now. So double and take. So this is one of the few numbers where Cat can't move his back checker. So he's given up on his prime, but strengthened his board. So this looks like Radu's got another 6-5, which is, say, almost as bad as the last one. So it's certainly not what he wanted, but that's making a run for home. That's the play that's probably most likely to win the game, but also the one that's most likely to get you gammoned when your opponent attacks. So if he's not coming off the anchor, he's got to hit 10-4. and that implies he's leaving 2 blots in board. So very difficult play here. I think I would settle for 21 to 10. So he's gone the same way. So Cat will hit with 1s, 2s, and 3s. So 1 hits, and does he want to come out? So crucial roll for Radu now. A 4 will keep him in the game, but not getting 1 will probably be effectively his last roll. So 6-4, 2s, 3s, and 9s cover. So 6-4 is what you would expect. So Radu gets another bite of the cherry. Now this is more likely to cover, but leaving 3 blots is more likely for the game to turn round. So a slight dislike of this play, that I'd be very scared of things going wrong with 3 blots. So now he must cover, surely. And he duly has. So his next task will be to put a blot on the 1 point, whether Radu is there or not. So he's not scared about being hit. There's no priming danger on the other side of the board. 2-1 wasn't big enough to do it, so he's brought another builder in. So Radu saves his blot in board. So 3-2 hits loose. We'd actually be quite pleased if our opponent hit us, so he hasn't cooperated. 2-1, so that's a good play. We don't need to cover yet. So Radu's not cooperating, so I think we're in a position where we've got to close him out. So Radu's got 1 closed out and 2 checkers on the 10 point. So gammons are maybe 10% here or something. So 2-1, not a good roll, but at least he's got some spares, so it's a reasonably safe position. There's only 6-5 leaves a shot, and a lot of numbers will take checkers off without leaving a blot. So Cat is playing boldly. He's taking a small risk to try and get the gammon. So again, it looks like the gammon save is routine, and it's going to be a single game. So perhaps I've spoken too early. 4-1 just does it with no pips to spare. So Cat has halved his deficit. He's now only 2 behind instead of 4. So Cat needs 8, Radu needs 6. So it's still quite a long way to go in this match. It's close to 7-point matches I'm familiar with. So one player's needs 1 less than 7. One player needs 1 more than 7. They're both competing for this opening roll. 4th try. And Cat starts with a 5-2 and splits, and that's about equally good as bringing 2 down. The double 4 is a great roll, so now he's got an advanced anchor and a point in board. And 3-1 makes the 5 point for Radu. It's a good shot, but Cat has the edge here. So 3-4, he brings down a couple of builders. He's trying to fill the gap on the 5 point. Double 6 is a brilliant roll, so that might well move Radu into being favourite in this game. So Cat saves his blot and again aims for the 5 point. So after the double 6, I'd expect that Radu had some sort of a race lead, but it's with the 18 point to clear, it's very difficult to do that safely. So 6-5, I think it's pretty clear he should give up the midpoint here. So I guess he's thinking of running off the 18 as well, but I think it's actually way too risky here when you've got 2 blots in board, or he can cover one of them. So I think the right plan here is to clear the midpoint. So now you've got a lot of spares, and the plan is that you can move those while you're waiting for your winning double. So 5-2, that should tidy up some blots somewhere. So Cat's now got a 5-point board. So now he's in a position where he can perhaps risk leaving some shots, knowing that when he gets a hit, it's going to win. And they're both waiting for a bit. No one's prepared to volunteer a shot. And that was a good shot for Cat. So now he's got his back anchor moving, but there's a 5-point board at the top as well. So has he got enough to double yet? I'm not even convinced he has a good race lead. So 88 to, I think he's leading by 2 pips on my quick count. So 2 pips is not enough to double if it's a race. And you then ask the question, who does the contact favour? And that I think Radu is quite likely to get some shots, indirect shots next time maybe. So Cat has 8s to hit. I don't think he should double just on the strength of an 8, but he's got it. So that wins instantly. So he's rightly playing on trying to see that if he can get a gammon. So there's very, very few gammon chances here, maybe 6-7%. But at the moment, Cat is very sensibly playing completely safely. So if there's no numbers, leave a shot. There's no reason why he should play on. Now is certainly a time you should think about doubling. I think I would have doubled there when you have 5-5, 6-6, leave a shot. So it's fine taking risks to try and win the gammon, but this position, I really don't think there's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. So even if things go your way, as they have done here, so he's got 5 off before Radu has entered, that there's still not going to be enough gammons to justify almost any risk here. So Radu saves this with a roll in hand. So Cat can double when he wants to and gets the point. So again, he's half the lead. So now Radu is leading 1-0 to 7. So it looks like Cat's taken a short break. So they've kicked off while I was on my 5-minute break. So Cat is thinking of doubling from the bar. That doesn't seem very reasonable. Oh, I see. So he's got 2 back to 1. He's shooting at a blot. He's got some sort of a prime. So yeah, I definitely don't think you could double this. You've got 2 back to 1. So hitting a 2 will leave you in with an advantage. But if you don't hit the 2, then I think your opponent has the advantage. So 2-5 is a brilliant shot. So now, logically, Cat should be thinking of doubling, so he does double, and Radu still takes. 3-1 hits again. Radu is fighting hard with his 3-point board, but he hasn't got any return yet. That Cat seems to enter with ease every time. However, Radu hasn't found either, so he's managed to construct a defense. So Radu has a back game, but the timing is pretty dubious, so I think he'll be itching for an excuse to get out of this back game. There's 6-5. He understandably hits, but he's completely evacuated the 4-point. I'd certainly be tempted to leave 1 back there. Two, 3 enters and hits. And finally, someone found. So can Cat prosecute his advantage here? So double 4, he makes the 4-point. That's everything he wanted. Then he's hit another blot. Can't move the back checker, so Cat's problem is these 2 back checkers that he can only move with 3s and 5s. So that's what he's going to be wanting to do. 4-2 is no good on that purpose, so he might as well hit. So I don't think he really cares if his opponent makes the 1 point. He's got lots of checkers behind a 5 prime. That should be good enough to win. The only danger is if his own prime breaks. So if he can't get his back checkers moving, so 5-6 comes in and out is good. So 5-1 is useless. He can't jump the prime. He's got to leave a shot. So after that exchange, Radu is in big trouble. So Cat he can't make his 6 prime because it's blocked. So his prime is actually breaking here. How extraordinary. So yeah, his checkers, all his back checkers were blocked on 2. So he's had to shorten his prime. So Radu can finally see a bit of daylight. So he's having a think here, but I think he needs at least 5 6s before he's won this game. So I think this is way short of a double. I can see the logic. He's thinking he's got 2 checkers trapped and maybe a 3rd one, but Cat's got a stronger board and Radu's got 4 behind a 4 prime. So even if he executes his threat, if he rolls 2-6 and hits again and makes the bar point, he's still only got 3 behind his prime. So 6-1, he makes the extra blocking point. So cat needs 3 and 1, and it's 1 and 2. So cat's still desperate for his 3s now. But on the other hand, with 5 back, Radu's prime is breaking. So 3, 4, finally he can get one of his back checkers out. So cat is firmly in control. Yeah, so he's wondering whether to walk into double 6 or not, and I think he's right to. So double 6 is a good roll anyway. And as ordered, here it comes. So he hits and gets 3 out. So whether cat was hit by the double 6 or not, it was going to make a massive difference, right? So he's cubing to 4 straight away. So this looks more like the business. So cat doesn't give it much thought. So last time Radu was thinking of doubling, I decided it was a clear no double, but this time it happened so fast I had no idea. So he's switching to a blitz. So his plan is to hit the 3rd checker and keep cat on the bar while he escapes his back checkers. So 5s and 6s are good for him. Double 2 looks useless. So maybe we bring 1 round, yeah. Actually moving 1 up, 17 to 15 seemed reasonable. So you have 5s and 6s to jump out and 3s to hit. So cat's in, so now Radu has to attack immediately. I guess that's 6-5. So cat has anchored. So he's already holding a 4 cube, so he should be giving some thought as to when he can recube. So if he loses this game, he'll be trailing 11-6. So that's not a great match-winning chance. So what's he got? He can enter with 3s and 5s and hits with small numbers, so he's fanned. So Radu really needs this 5 or 6 to get the back guy out, but he's failed. So again, he sensibly saves a blot. So if cat comes in, he can win this game in 1 roll. But he's got 2 entering numbers and Radu's got 2 escaping numbers. So he's out. So now he's just trying to see if any way he can get off the big doubles. So cat is in, but no hit. So should he venture out there? So that gives 4s to hit, but he does have a 6 return. So he played that very quickly. I would be very tempted with 6-2. So Radu saves everything very sensibly. So 3-1, cat can't save his blot, so he prepares his reception committee. Six-1 looks like a shot. So now cat can definitely think about redoubling. Now if he turns the cube to 8, then the match is decided on this game and gammons aren't worth anything. So if nothing else, he's effectively removed Radu's 1-point lead. So what's he leaving here? So it looks like a 4, so that's 15 shots. The 4-6 is duplicated from the back and double 5 is blocks. So he's leaving 15 shots. So if he hits, he's going to win an awful lot of those 15 games. And if he misses, is he going to win many? So perhaps it's right to roll on here. I think it's a lot closer than he thinks. So 6-1 is a miss. So he does still have the option of doubling later. This looks like double 4. I guess he saves the blot and finds the only other safe 4. So he's looking at, I guess, yeah, he's looking at clearing the 8 point now. So yeah, it's worth thinking about that. So if he leaves the blot outside, he's leaving 3 shots, so 6, 4, and double 5. But on the other hand, he's far from guaranteed of getting it safe next time. So I'd be very tempted just to play safe here. So the numbers you can't play from the 8 point are 3s and 5s, and you can play 5s from the 6 point, and you have a 3 from the 4 point. So there's nothing really terrible. So I guess some 6s leave shots is about all there is. So 4-1 cat should slot. I don't think he wants to do this, and he's a bit scared of the gammon, but I don't think there's any gammons here. So what's bad? 6-1, 6-3, 6-5. So 5-3 is a really bad shot. So this was the potential problem with his last play. He's forced to come off the anchor. So 6-4 gets home safely. It's exactly what he wanted. So 2-1, does he want to hit and gain a bit in the race and maybe potentially get hit? Or does he just take 2 off and go for the race? So I can see the merit in this play. The idea is that blue might enter with a 5 and then he's out of your hair. So Radu's in a position now where I think he's got 0 checkers off. So I'm sure he'll get 1 off before he gets hit. So 6, and he has to leave a shot. So I guess it's 6-1. So yeah, so that's 13 shots. It's 14 shots if he stays back. So this is 1 shot less, so that must be right. So 6-2 misses. So now Radu should be confident with this game. He's survived a few scares. But again, I don't think there's any gammons here because Radu's got piles of checkers on his 1 point. So I'm confidently predicting Radu will win a single game here. So the cube's on 4, so he'll be 11-6. So that's effectively 5-0 to 7. So I was trying to think earlier what that number was. I'm kind of clutching at straws and saying it's 14% as for the trailer. I know 5 away, 2 away is 25%. So this is 6 away, 2 away. So it can't be too bad. Maybe it's 18%. But so anyway, let's focus on the score. So Radu is 2 away. So whenever you're 2 away, you pretty much decide that you never double when there's any contact in the position. So the idea is that if things go your way and you win an undoubled gammon, then you win the match on its own. But you certainly don't want to have the cube on 2 or 4 when you're getting gammoned. So that was an early good start for Cat, but Radu's 5-4 to anchor on the 20 point is a brilliant roll. So that's effectively meant that he's not going to lose any gammons unless he chooses to. So he's pretty much insured against the gammon losses unless he comes off the 20 point. So this is an awkward roll. He can't come off the 20 point, which is good in a way. So he's got to leave some blots somewhere. So this looks like the natural play, and I can't see there's much wrong with this. At least you put the checkers where you want them, so he's unstacking both the heavy points. And that's a brilliant comeback shot. So again, at this score, Cat should be doubling aggressively, because once he gives Radu the cube on 2, Radu can never use it against him. So Kit Woolsey had a nice expression, said that when you give the opponent the cube here, you're effectively taking away his cube access rather than giving it to him. So now we've got a stable holding game. So this is the sort of position where Cat shouldn't be doubling. So Radu would be delighted to take here on the basis of saying if he gets lucky and wins the game, he wins the match. But the worst that can happen is he can lose 2 points. So neither player's keen on doubling here. So of course Radu, if he doubles, then Cat can always take and turn the cube to 4, and Radu's got 2 points of overage. So overall summation is both players are a bit cautious with the doubling cube in this sort of holding position. So he survived one scare, but now he has to play as safe as he can against Radu's board. So Radu still has to check on the 3-point, and he thinks that's got value, that he wants to leave it there to potentially get shots. So he's got a shot now. So what is it? 3s and something. 6 wasn't on my list, but it certainly hits. The 1 is in, it comes to the edge and hits. Aside from 2-6, that was a brilliant shot. So it looked like Radu, for one roll, that Radu was going to sew this match up in one roll, but Cat came back with a brilliant 1 that came to the edge with a hit. The 2-1, he has to hit and get to the edge, and then virtually forced to hit again. And now he might win a gammon, so he's wondering whether to double. Well, he's not wondering, he's decided instantly. So Radu needs to get 2 checkers in. Cat needs to roll a 6 to jump the prime. So although it's scary, I think you have to take this one. So they always seem to disagree with the cube decisions I make. So Cat gets a point without having to fight too much for it. So he's now 6 away, 2 away. So he's got to an even number away. And that's a positive thing for him. That point he won is worth a little more than normal. So now he's got a route to victory with a 2-point win and a 4-point win. So 5 is good blitzing play, points on both blots. 5 is a brilliant response. So comes in, anchors, makes the 3-point. So this is a really bad position for Radu. So he's overextended. He's got a failed blitzing position. So I wouldn't have been surprised if it wasn't right for him to double, for Cat to double immediately there. So this is just the sort of position that Cat should be relishing, because it's a position with lots of gammons. If he can build a prime against White's back checkers, then it's with lots of gammons, he wants the cube on 2. So unfortunately, a lot of his advantage seems to have been dissipated with that last sequence. So 5-4, miracle roll for Radu. He anchors safely, So now all the danger for him has passed. So again, he's in this position where he can only get gammoned if he chooses to. So 5-1 cat frees up his one extra spare checker there. And he goes about making the 1 point, so that's sensible. He had these dilly builders on the 2 and the 3, and he's going about getting them doing something useful. So yes, he'd like to cover with the 2, but then he kills another builder. That can't be right. So he should make this 0.6 in front of the anchor. That's 100% clear to me. So the blot on the 1 point you can probably cover sometime in the future, but making the 11 point is much harder to do. So 5-3 is an awkward roll, so he can cover, but then he's got to leave something with the 3. 6-3 is relatively safe, so he's leaving an 8. This way he leaves a 5. So that looks a bit bold to me. So 6-4 is a terrible number. So can't play safe at the top of the board. And he thinks it's too scary to break the anchor. Yes, I'm inclined to agree with him. At least this way, if you get hit, there's nothing terrible happens. Yeah, so trying a different variant of the same sort of thing. So neither of them are having an easy time of it. They're both having to bury checkers behind their opponent's anchor. Right, I see. So he wants to use the 5 to cover, but if he does, he doesn't have a 3, so he has to cover and then immediately break the point. So cat makes a run for home. So if he survives this roll, he's in control of the game. So 6-1 is useless, so he's more than survived. Oh, so it's not 6-1, it's 6-3. So can he double from the bar? So he certainly thinks he can. So 5-4 can't be too bad if you can choose which hit you have. So he sensibly hits the one that gives him an opportunity to hit the other one next time, but Radu retorts with entering and hitting him. So that must have been 2-6, I guess, because it went very quickly, and he's got to find a 6. So 5-2, he starts making a run for home, so he saves his blot in board, but he has come off the 5 point, so now he can certainly get gammoned himself. So 5 comes in, and there's an automatic hit, but we're not quite sure which one. So this is minimum blots. 4-6 is a brilliant shot, saves 2 blots. 7's hit. So Radu's still got to limp home here somehow. So double aces, that can't be too bad. The cat's in, and he's got a choice of where to come in. Yeah, so I think this is right. He wants to hang back and try and get a hit. So he's got a stronger board. If he goes out into the race, he's giving a double shot for nothing effectively. So one of the advantages Cat has got is because he's doubled, he doesn't care about gammons. So winning a gammon counts for him, but losing a gammon costs him nothing. The double two limps home some way. Now he's leaving an 8, so all the 8s is half a dozen numbers. A 9 is not close enough, so now he has a choice of going into a race if he wants one. So the race doesn't look good, so I think he's got to hang back here. So whether he likes it or not, I think so I didn't like this play. Just looking at the home boards, it seems that White's checkers are much further advanced than Blue's. So although White's got an extra checker outside, it's, as I say, when he gets home, he's going to be getting off very quickly. And getting into a race, there's going to be 0 gammons. So that's why I like hanging back and saying let's have some hitting and some remote chances of gammons. So 3-1, that looks a horrendous number. So now he's got to leave a shot somewhere. So he's deciding where to leave it and how many. So he can hit, but that leaves a second blot. Or he can play not hitting, so that weakens his board. It leaves a shot and it's bad for the race. So I rather liked his first play of the 12-8. It isn't bad though. It's only a single shot. So 5-4 now. Cat has to be running, I'm sure. Perhaps I'm wrong, but he's decided there's good chances of getting another shot that Radu's rolled so badly. And I hate this idea of breaking the board. What's the point of getting a shot and hitting it if it's not going to win for you? Cat gets a hit. So now he's favourite, I would say. Depends how long Radu stays on the bar. So Cat's going to be trying to sprint round, but if he plays the 4 at the top of the board, he has to leave a blot with the 2. So he's effectively held back where he is. So now both of them have gone down to 3-point boards. Four, 5, only one play. So now Radu needs a 2 to hit or he's going to be big underdog. And he misses. So now Cat has, I believe he's transposed into a winning race. Yeah, so now it's impossible, I would say. So Cat gets 2 points. So now we've finally ended up at this score, which is actually, everyone agrees, is the most exciting score. So Cat is trailing 4 away, 2 away. So when he turns the cube, it will be gammon go. So gammons will win the match for him, and gammons will be worth nothing for his opponent. So Cat should be playing very aggressively here to try and create positions where there are gammons. So 5-3 is a good start. He makes a point in board. I don't think it's quite a double yet, but it's certainly a knife edge at this score. So something like pointing on the 2-point and your opponent fans, you'll probably miss your market. But so this is certainly not a big mistake, doubling at this score. So you can pass if you've got a a bad position. I think here it really that's rather a feeble pass. So Cat had made a point in board, but Radu hadn't even been hit. So he's given away a bit of his advantage by passing there. So he leads 1-0 to 3 now. So he's officially 60-40 favourite to win the match. But Cat is very close now to 6-3. Can make the 21 or the 18, but if he makes the 21, he doesn't have a good 6. So he sensibly settles for making the bar point. So double 3. Radu should make an advanced anchor of his own, but it's not quite clear how far he should go. So he should make the 21 point and then have a think where the other two are. So I'd be tempted with 13-10 twice. So it's because of the score, it's very tempting to keep an anchor inboard. When you go out to the bar point, your opponent can still make a closed board behind you. So this is the best play for not getting gammoned. And I also like the idea of unstacking the midpoint, because we still got 5 on the midpoint. So unstacking that and making the blocking 10 points seems to do several good things and no bad things. So Radu's got, I think he's got exactly what he wanted out of this opening, that he's got a position where there's hardly any gammons is very good for him. So that looks like a good play. So you shouldn't be terrified of leaving a single shot when it's not going to be devastating when it's hit. So Cat doesn't even think about hitting and decides that he needs the 5 point if he's going to win this game. So at this score, the trailing player doesn't need much of an advantage to turn the cube. But this seems to be a very stable position where until someone breaks the anchor, then really nothing can happen. So you certainly wouldn't think of doubling just on the strength of maybe double 4 or double 5 gives you an advantage. So this is a very important decision, and both these players play very quickly. So you can see they've both got masses of time left. No one's in any time trouble. So Cat can really take his time and decides whether this is the play. Personally, it doesn't appeal to me. So 5-1 can't hit, so he just strengthens his board. So Cat is right to save his blot before he thinks of doubling. So now he's got the advantage in the position, but because he's got rid of his backward anchor, but the size of his advantage is depending on what the race is like. So he doesn't think he's got enough in the race to double. So that looks like a good play by Radu. If he makes the 2 points, he's got potential bad numbers with a 1 next time. So he gets some checkers to play. So Cat gets a miracle roll that clears the midpoint. So he's sensibly checking if the race is any good. So I've got blue at 97 and white at 51, 68, 98. So a lead of 179. The lead of 9 pips, so it's not a massive lead. So maybe he actually wants to keep the contact here. So that makes it easy for Radu. So if he's really 9 behind, we can now say 4-2, he's going to be 3 behind. So Cat probably won't even have enough to double here. Having said that, he's been doubling pretty aggressively so far in the match, so he's counting it up and decides he doesn't have enough. So 6-3 double 1, he's gained 5 pips, so now he must double, yes. So Radu is the one who has the problem here, and this doesn't look obvious. I've got this at about 10 pips. So I think I would let this one go, because part of the problem here is if you take the cube, you never get to use it. So usually in races, although the book says you need 25% to win, because you can use the cube and get value from that, you can take down to about 21.5% winning chances. But here, he's actually got to win the game. So he can pass to 50-50, or if he takes, he can win the match. So that's a gain of 50%. But on the other hand, he's most likely to go down to 12-11. So he's got 32%. So he's losing 18 and winning 50. So 3 18s are 54. So it's slightly worse than a money game in terms of the odds he's getting. And he never gets to use the cube. So based on that, I reckon it's a fairly clear pass, but not a very big one. So it would be a bit of a turn up for the books if he lost the match with here. So he's probably going to lose the game, but almost certainly not get gammoned. So again, as I said with the last decision, that if you've got a lot of time in the bank, it's well worth thinking about making the right decision here. So there is one weird result that Cat could roll double 6 and get hit next turn, but that's a very remote event. So there is a method where you can estimate very closely what the chance of that happening is. So the double 6 is a 1 in 36, and then you're going to have 11 hits. So you're going to hit 11 times in 1,296 games. So Danny Kleinman said that there's an easy approximation of saying 1,296 is close to 1,300. So you're going to get hit 11 times in 1,300. So it's less than 1% is the answer that you're going to get hit here. So that's not going to interfere too much with the calculations. So he's, I believe, correctly figured out he should pass. So that takes the score to 2 away, 2 away. So the computer always likes to double early at this score. So they're going away, or I was thinking Cat had stood up, but he's staying there. So the computer argues that it's seldom wrong to double very early at this score. And Cat understands this and duly cubes. So in terms of winning a match, I think the best strategy is that you double on the first roll if you think the opponent's stronger than you. But if you think the opponent's weaker than you, then you probably get an advantage from waiting. So the game is swinging backwards and forwards. No one's got anywhere. That seemed a really weird play with the 6. So coming out and giving your opponents good 6s to hit you there. So Radu has dug in, and Cat has got everyone out. So I'm still think it's pretty close to 50-50 this game. So 4 hits is really good. And then he carries on round to the 11 point. 6-4 runs out. So what we're seeing here is one of the problems with the running game is that when it goes wrong, you've used all your turns to move your back checkers out and start running. So The danger is when the smoke clears and you get sent back that you've achieved absolutely nothing. A double three by Cat. He looking at pointing on head or hitting outside. Looking at hitting twice, right. So that looks like a good play. So one of the unique things at this score, once you've turned the cube, is that although it's DMP, it means winning a gammon is worthless for you, but then losing a gammon doesn't cost you anything either. So this looks a good play. So the advantage of this is if it works, we can go offense, but if it goes badly, then we can switch to a good defense. So Cat, I suspect, is very good at these sort of games. I think he would relish the prospect of playing a game with lots of contact. And the way he's playing this, it seems to be double five, so he's come off the 20 point. That's a very committal play. I think he might well be right. So Cat's got no fear of leaving blots here. You can see he's not scared at all of being hit. But having said that, they're pretty much getting vacuumed here. So we used to call this the Hoover maneuver, when you go round the board cleaning up your opponent's blots for him. Just trying to see if there's anything clever here, but can't see why you can't hit and make the 20 point. So that gives you good chances of going forward, but at the same time you've got a very good insurance policy with the 20 point. So this looks like 4-3. So we should be hitting with the 4, and he's wondering whether to remake the 8 point or hit again. So he's switching to what we call a semi-blitz. So the idea is that with Cat having the 20 point anchor, he can never close him out. But what he can do is strengthen his board and try and bring the game home while Blue's struggling to enter. I wasn't sure what was right here, but that looks like a good play, making another point in board. So now Cat has a second anchor, and it's game on again. So 4-1, Radu sensibly strengthens his board. Cat's decided that if he's playing against a 4-point board, he can't afford to have any more men sent back. It might delay him for too long. So this looks like double 3, which is good news and bad news. So it's good he can move his points around a bit, but bad that he can't save his blot. Now I can see why he's picked this play. It's leaving 3s to hit and 3s to cover, so that's a good plan, unless your opponent rolls double 3, of course. Radu comes in with a double 4. And that is again is definitely a very good roll. So he's looking to move one of his points, but he doesn't know which one for the moment. So that leaves 0 shots, and it does leave him a spare on the 17 to play. So Cat will now go about trying to find a way of strengthening his board, but 6-4 didn't do it, so he's freed up another checker. So this is another double 4, so that's taking Radu. I'm sure he's favourite now. The question is how much of a favourite. He's given up direct contact on the midpoint. Probably right. So there's a shot. There's 8s and 9s. And starting with a 1 is not the way to hit that. So this is good play by Cat, that he's got to hit a shot and win when he hits it. So he's sensibly going about making the 4 point, that he needs the 4 point to win after he's hit. So Radu's still got 2 outfield points to clear before we can start bearing up. So double 6 clears all both the points is good, but it leaves a double shot is bad. So 3s and 4s, 2, 1, 5, 1 is horrible. So if Radu can save his blot, he's well on the way towards winning. So he saved it with a 2. Now there's no numbers leave a shot, so it's a double 1, I see. So he saves the blot and takes 2 off. So Cat strengthens his board, so Radu's well on the way towards winning here. So his plan should be to keep as many checkers on the 6 point as he can to delay leaving a shot. So at least that way, when he does get hit, he'll have lots of checkers off and he can still win games after he's hit. So we're getting to the denouement. So it's 6-1, 6-2, 5-1, 5-2, 4-1, 4-2. The double 3 is gin, so Radu takes it. So well done, Radu. So that takes him through to the last 8 for tomorrow. And I will say the schedule tomorrow is the first round. I will very soon tell you when it's going to be.
I think for the viewers, it's 10:30 tomorrow.
Yes, exactly. So I will be doing the commentary then as well. So look forward to that. And I think we've got a strong field through for tomorrow. So before the tournament started, I thought that Gaz and Radu and Alistair Woods was I think the top Scottish player. So I think they're all through to the last 8 for tomorrow. So we're going to have some good matches tomorrow as well.
Yeah, it looks like a really good last 8 that's building up, and a good last 8 for the intermediates too. So we're going to feature 3 of them, 3 matches all the way through to the final late tomorrow afternoon. We've got quite a range of commentators. We've got Dan Rivera, Alec Barr, Geoff Hall and Tim Cross, as well as Julian, who'll be joining us over the course of the day.
Right. So thank you very much, Julian. I think you've done a great job here, not only possibly to your detriment in the playing, trying to do the setting up the streaming and playing simultaneously, but I'm sure the streaming is something that's much appreciated by all the UK BGF members.
Oh, it's a pleasure, and I did actually manage to get all the games going and then disappear off to do my playing, and it's just sat in the corner of the room happily,
Yes.
happily working. Right. So,
okay, so I'll look forward to catching up with you tomorrow. So as I say, I think it's scheduled to be 10:30 a.m. is when the live start is meant to be.
yeah, that's right, 10:30. And all the viewers out there, do subscribe to the channel, and you'll get automatic notifications when we are beginning.
Right, so I'll say good night for today, and we'll speak tomorrow, all being well.
Yeah, goodbye to everyone out there. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.